Yeah, you are.
Okay, good. Did oh god, I hate to even invoke him, but did Doofus ever come back and explain about why behind the gyroscope claim? He said like it can't be because this and this affects precession, but I'd never got a reason for that as to why, like the why behind that statement. Did he ever come back and elaborate on that?
I'm not up to date with that knowledge. May need to have another conversation about it.
What was the question, and what type of gyroscope was involved?
The ring laser gyroscope.
The ring laser. Okay. Yeah, those are pretty cool.
Actually, I think that we're talking about a gyro compass, right?
Oh, gyro compass. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that would be mechanical.
Yes. About precession, and how it'll find true north. So essentially, we're talking about is, being okay. So basically, people will use the gyro compass, one example of proof that Earth is rotating. Okay, and so basically, precession of the gyro compass is like a phenomena that we found to occur, and they say that is because of Earth's rotation. And the only thing I was stating was, well, how do we know that this precession is from this rotation in particular and not from anything else?
What else would it be? Like if there was if there was a compelling argument for that a gyro compass was affected by something else,
why is it affected by the Earth?
Well, that to me absolutely makes sense. Like a gyro should detect a torque on a turning body. That's how they work.
Okay, I see. Right. So there are other things I wanted to mention earlier too. Like whenever there's claims made, like, oh, everything's come back perfect. All the evidence points towards this and that. But there have been experiments that are now interpreted through like a general relativity. Because of that, we can't measure the, rotation, yada yada. Like there are things like that have come back negative.
Not the gyro compass,
to find the Huh?
Because I think there are when they're trying to detect the linear motion, which is Airy's failure and Michelson-Morley and all of that. They're trying to detect linear motion. Yeah, absolutely. But they're using lasers, and it's not a gyro compass. Where a gyro compass doesn't need.
I know it's not a gyro compass.
Yeah.
But what I was saying was there have been negative results. Not every single thing comes back perfect, and they'll explain it with XYZ reasoning. But still, like to say everything is perfect. It's not like you can't make
whoever said everything is perfect should be lined up and shot.
Yeah, we didn't say that.
Yeah, I mean that was implied earlier with all the evidence and I understand that like if you interpret
implied or said, because I think it's pretty close. Like I think if you get a really good gyro, that gyro will detect pretty precisely, exactly as precisely as
it'll have a precession rate. I understand it's consistent. I'm not denying that.
So what would perfect? So am I saying it's perfect? Because I'm saying it's
no. I wasn't claiming you. There was other people that were talking about 15 minutes ago.
Now.
Stuff comes back towards this and that, and being globe and rotating. But I'm just saying, not everything does. Like even with observations with the theodolite, they even say that the Earth looks flatter than it actually is. So not everything is perfect. That's the only thing that I'm saying. And the gyro compass, like it doesn't even work at the higher latitudes. Like near the poles, it doesn't work at all. Like to say everything's perfect is just so ridiculous. Like I'm just saying, that's not true.
Anyone that says anything that can be measured perfectly is just like not informed. There is no such thing as a perfect measurement. It's not possible.
That is correct. There'll always be error bars on no matter how precise. No matter how precise.
It's not contentious at all.
Yeah, there's always a tone of voice
measurement that can be made.
How many people are talking to me at this moment? I'm just curious. Eggshells, can you pull up the transcript, please? How do I get access to this transcript?
It's here. It's
she's going to get sleepy if there's too many people talking to her.
Now there's another one. I'm just saying, like, it's not going to be
I'm with
possible
her.
for me to talk to 10 people. I understand that what I'm saying might be, triggering, but I'm, with me,
It's not triggering at
being
all.
only skeptic here, it's just that's not how I want to continue in a conversation.
Exactly.
I don't think anybody would, actually. Nobody would want to have talk to you.
I want to make that space for you. So who do you want to talk to? Like, you choose who you want to talk to and how they want to talk, and I'll just enforce those rules, which I think is completely
Who
fair
was
and
I
reasonable.
talking to first when I came in?
Well, I've got one point.
Me, I think, about the gyro compass.
That's fine.
Can I have one short point? Gyro compasses do work near the poles. They just don't work as well as they do at the equator. Thank you.
They have an error rate of about 15%, 10 to 15.
Sure. That's kind of what I would
15
expect.
15 degrees, okay?
Because they've got to keep this flat, like they've got to keep the disc flat for you to look at it. So that's what I'd expect. But I mean,
Does
a
anybody
gyro.
know how to do the math for the gyro compasses? Because whenever I look into it, basically, they were saying that they don't apply Newton's laws of motion. They apply scalar properties instead of vector quantities, and they have to insert some arbitrary constants. And I have the book that I've referenced and linked here. And why the math doesn't seem as straightforward as people even claim for these gyro compasses.
I can explain it as it was explained to me. When you ride a bicycle, just that momentum of the wheel, the top of the two wheels, is enough to hold your body weight up. As soon as you stop, you fall over. The momentum of the gyro is so much that it can't be affected by outside factors. That's the momentum of the wheel. So it overrides, and that's how it maintains its straightness, because it can't be affected by the forces. It stays on its original path of inertia, regardless of how it moves.
And that to me, then we don't need to get into because it sort of went off to theodolites and stuff. I think the core idea that a gyro can detect rotation then just begs the next question of how precisely, and can other things affect it, I think is your question, Taylor. And that's a good question too. And the answer is probably yes. Certainly, for a mechanical gyro, bias is introduced by bearings. You've got to set your ship's speed and your latitude, because that's going to affect. Heliac, are you hot micing? Who's hot micing? So when you said you want to dive into the maths, what maths? I wouldn't even know the first thing about the maths. I wouldn't be able to tell if it was true or false. But we can get AI to help us.
Yeah, why they apply scalar quantities versus vector, or why they can't apply Newton's laws of motion to the gyro compass mathematics.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why? I think they would work solely on Newton's laws, because they're designed before Einstein came up with relativity. So they only used Newton back then. They didn't even have this concept that it didn't work. It does still work on the same principle. It doesn't. I think that, at least that's my understanding. If you're doing something in 1912, at that stage you still think ether exists. So I don't think it's going to be. It's just spinning masses. Nothing's getting to relativistic speeds.
That would be more understandable, but apparently they don't apply basic Newton's laws to the gyro compass mathematics because of reasons, and that's why I'm trying to figure out what are these reasons. Why is the math so complicated if it's straightforward?
Is it possible that it works to a point but gets more precise, or better explained and more precise when you bring in more complex mathematics and look at it? Because you don't have to if relativity is being invoked, it sounds more like it's going to be an optical gyroscope as opposed to a mechanical. Because a mechanical gyroscope even has, if it's in an airplane and you bank, you have to dampen that, and there's a lag before the gyro comes back to its position relative to the aircraft, because it's held down by Earth's gravity. And so when you bank the aircraft, it changes its position relative to the aircraft. It's trying to maintain it relative to Earth's gravity, and there's a lag, and that's something that would probably like negate any need for relativistic calculations. But if you start dealing with a ring laser, then relativity
This is
might be
for the
quite
gyro
important.
compass.
So the gyro compass won't deal with
so-
relativity. It
Yeah,
just
so it
won't.
has nothing to do with the optical. Okay, so in that case, I'm not sure why exactly that would be important, but a lot of things that were previously understood with more simple mechanics are even more precisely explained, possibly you could say better explained, when you start invoking more complex mathematics. It adds precision. It doesn't necessarily negate what happened before.
Instead of like precision, though, like they're like invoking arbitrary constants, quote unquote. I'm wondering if the math's so straightforward, why can't they use Newton's laws of motion? Why are
Well,
they
do
invoking
you
these
have
arbitrary constants?
you still have that paper in your notes about,
Yeah, I do.
so
I'm about to
that
walk
might be
back
something to
upstairs.
look at, and my buddy Dr. Tapp, who's a PhD physicist who comes by from time to time, would probably be happy to look at that if you posted that and made a note and tagged
That'd be
me.
so cool. Would it be willing to come in here?
If you tag, yeah, he's been in before, Dr. Tapioca Weasel. If you tag Tapioca Weasel in that and tag me, he's very busy right now. His experiments and stuff
I
are
got the
are
title of it. It's called Evaluation of Mathematical Models for Gyro Compass Behavior, Error Modeling and Applications.
Yeah, that sounds like something he'd certainly be able to help interpret and put into lay language for us, because it sounds like an interesting thing, and it sounds like a real world application of possibly of relativity to real world navigation problems, for instance.
But I don't understand why we need to invoke relativity, because the ring laser needs it, but the mechanical gyro compass doesn't spin fast enough. It's like a few thousand RPM. It's not.
Yeah.
There's no relativistic effect that I know of that should affect the spinning mass at that, which is why it
Yeah,
worked fairly convincingly when they didn't know about
I
relativity.
agree, and I think the use of it on Earth to navigate and move around at typical human machine speeds wouldn't need it. I just wonder if they've applied relativity to it in order to show how how relativity does work to explain things at slower speeds and can add precision. I'm speculating on that just because I don't know. But if Taylor
I got
posts
you.
that
Is your AI
information,
still working thing? Is your AI thing still working? I'm just.
Yeah, just turning it on and off.
Okay.
I'm trying to get this.
Oh, that's cool.
Command state is currently disabled.
I just
will
want to
that
read
AI
this
look up
quick
this
quote.
paper and interpret it for us and help us understand what's being
Gotcha.
studied there. I'm driving a truck. I can't read it right now, but I'm happy to look at it later. And Dr. Tapp, I know likes to investigate interesting questions, and he understands both the math and the physics behind it.
Hmm.
Okay. Here's the
He's
quote.
really busy right now. He's in the middle of doing some really intense experimentation and documentation of cold atom interferometry right now, which also uses relativity. So he has a lot of good practice. I just don't know when he'll be available in the next week or so, because he's just really busy at work right this minute. He hasn't had too much playtime, if you will, but he will look at it, I'm sure.
I believe you. Okay, so here's the excerpt. In this work, we shall present the Lagrangian approach to the formulation of the equations of motion, because this method circumvents to some extent the difficulties found in the direct application of Newton's laws of motion. Again, this is Evaluation of Mathematical Models for Gyro Compass Behavior, written by N.T. Christo. It's a book. So yeah, I don't know why there's complications in directly applying Newton's laws. I didn't fully understand that. And also laws of motion. Okay, so it says Newton's laws of okay, the reason behind this is that the Lagrangian approach involves scalar quantities while Newton's laws of motion involve vectorial treatment And then it says Langren's equations in 4.9 are the equations of motion of the system, and they constitute a set of n second order equations for n, like a little variable insert, n unknown functions. And so the general solution of these equations contains, and then it goes over some math, and it says two n arbitrary constants. Why are they having to invoke any arbitrary constants? That's one of my main questions that I want to know. If it's just like really straightforward, like this rotation, like
Who said
what
it's
is going on? Like
straightforward?
why? Yeah.
But no, that you always finish with a point saying it's not that perfect or it's not that straightforward. I don't think anybody is suggesting the construction of a gyro compass to detect the rotation of Earth in order that you can find true cardinal directions. Even in the presence of massive magnetic fields or underground where you can't see the stars, you can point at a celestial pole. It's amazing. I don't think anybody should suggest that that's simple. That's a very precise
earlier I was
application,
being
and it's going to
yes they
have
were
some
because
error
earlier I
bars.
was being told like the 15 degrees matches up perfectly with the gyro compass. It's like a perfect match. Why would we say it's not Earth's rotation? So this was kind of in
You said
response to
perfectly
that.
though. Again,
Not
I
exactly
challenged it at the
15
time.
degrees.
Yeah, I challenged that at the time. Nobody's saying you've got to add what my point is, you add the word perfectly, or you add the word easy.
Well, dude, look that up on your transcript. Look up the word perfect and see if somebody mentioned that earlier. And why can't I have access to the transcript?
I've
That's
tagged
because
you in it. It's in OmniTalk debates.
And that's because
like that.
in this
Oh,
forum
really?
here,
New to me.
we say it matches perfectly. We're not saying down to like 6 decimal points. We're saying it's 15 degrees, not 14, not 16.
So 13 minutes
Can
ago, Flat
anybody look up
Earthers
the word
Arcelli
perfect?
said there's no
I don't
such
have
thing
my
as a
computer.
perfect measurement. So he also said anyone that says anything anything can be measured perfectly is just probably something wrong.
No. Before that, up there.
You
scroll
said
up.
you said it. We're saying everything is perfect. It's got you saying we said that twice. It's
Yep,
after
before
I
that.
said, am I saying everything is perfect? So whoever said everything is perfect, this is from you again, Patman, all these perfect measurement stuff.
Yeah. Who said that?
Patman.
Okay. Was there anybody
Shoebill
else?
said define perfect. You got to avoid perfect. So Shoebill's on my side. Patman said perfectly. I'm not sure in response to what. You said perfect again. Yeah, I'm getting riding on eggshells. That's creating a little perfect.
Did you say
environment
perfect
inside me.
eggshells?
No. Like I said perfect Faraday cages. It's like creating a perfect little environment inside them. And that's sort of definitionally what a Faraday cage does.
Yeah, no,
How
I got
perfectly
you.
it does it is that, but that was
It must
ages
have
ago.
been, what was his name? The one that said?
Patman, your objection
Okay,
to
so
somebody who's
somebody
not
did
here
say it.
anymore.
It's
Well,
okay. I'm not
you
coming
can check.
after him.
Fine. So we don't
I'm
think
not
it's
coming after
perfect.
him. Just,
So therefore, the
that's what I
globe
was
is intact and Patman is not. Patman's been wrecked, but the globe is doing fine.
What does that mean?
Well, Patman's been
reasonable to
wrecked.
me.
If he's saying perfect measurements, he's wrong. But the
Okay,
idea
gotcha.
that
Well, I'm glad we have this AI thing.
yeah. So but the core point about the gyro compass is
Okay, the point is
does
it's
it
not so straightforward. Like to say earlier, we were talking about how it measures
said
for rotation.
straightforward?
That was the first topic that we got on when I came in here last night. Now, and we're
I
talking about
think it's
the
very
gyro compass.
strong evidence for the globe. I think it's really strong evidence for the globe because if you're on a turning body, that must create a torque, and torques can be detected with gyros. So if you used a gyro, it must detect it. So on the one hand, a sphere does that, and that is not just one precise thing. That is infinitely precise because it is infinite different directions you could rotate a sphere, right? Take any sphere and you could turn it in any direction, and you can turn it at any speed. So amongst infinite directions and infinite speeds, all of these gyros coalesce around saying it's eastward at 15 degrees per hour. There's a bit of wibble, sure, it's not perfect, but given that they could have said 400,000 revolutions per minute northwards, they could have said any number in any direction, then it's very close to perfect. If we've got a finite number amongst an infinite set, then it actually does become pretty much perfect, even if there's wiggle room in there, because that wiggle room is finite, right? And all of the noise is everything else.
But like why doesn't it get the poles? Why does it become more inaccurate there?
Because of how it works. Other gyros don't. Other gyros that just detect rotation keep working fine.
What's
But
that?
this thing
Who's
that's
breathing into the mic? I don't mean to interrupt, but somebody just keeps sounds like either they're breathing into the mic or they got wind blowing into the mic. They need to
Trucker.
mute whoever it is.
Trucker, yeah, we're getting wind noise.
Is it me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry
Yeah,
about that. I gotta
wind
make
up
a
your
phone
window.
call anyway. I'll get out of
Radio.
here.
Radio. So
It's okay.
there's a lot of choices for any gyro, and you can get a FOG. You can get a pretty cheap gyro that you'd put on a drone for not much money and test this yourself and go, does this tiny thing that's only a coil of wire, whose only job, who sells very cheaply to do one job, and that is detect rotation, I can plug it into a computer and have the computer tell me where due north is.
I mean, I don't deny that.
So how would that happen on a stationary plane? Because that's what my point is, that necessarily among infinite choices must be what happens on a turning body. So it can't not happen on a turning body. How does it happen on a flat stationary plane?
Well, I mean, I'm not ever claiming that there's this other perfect model that replaces it that I can fully explain. I never claim that. I'm just saying other things can affect gyroscopes. I think that field should be more thoroughly studied.
Well, does the results necessitate motion though?
Necessitate?
Yeah.
They got hold on, let me read this because they actually got the magnetic fields to align when introducing a magnetic field to a levitating gyroscope that was on a smaller scale, and based on the external magnetic field, they got this gyroscope to align based on the axis of its rotation. So I think that there's other things that could also have some similar mechanism. Now, am I an expert on how or why? Absolutely not. But I'm not closed-minded to the idea of that.
And it could be the stars, but what it would tell us.
I never said that. I never I said
could
that flat earthers say that the sky rotates at 15
Guys,
degrees.
let's focus on one person at a time, please.
I'm just saying I never said.
Yeah, and it could be the stars, but then it would still give you. That's the other thing that I think is really interesting about gyros, is then it gives you the radius. So while it could be the stars, it would still say the stars are rotating around an axis that we can detect with this device. Mm-hmm. So even if it's this other effect, that effect is detected as a rotation, and that rotation has an axis through the body. Okay, so let me just finish the thought though. It has an axis through the body that we live on, and we can detect what that axis is, such that the closer we get to North or South Pole, the closer it gets to vertical. And at the equator, that axis is horizontal. So that tells us loads of things. One, the surface is curving, that axis of rotation must be in 180 degrees directions, which is what we see with the poles. Now, it could be detecting the stars, but it says we've got to be living on a ball, and it tells us the radius of the ball, because you can detect overland distances.
I don't know how detecting overland distances would necessitate the ball thing, but I just wanted to read the title to this paper. So they use the diamagnetically levitating gyroscope. Levitating gyroscope. So they were using the magnetic fields. They were introducing one to basically get to align on the horizontal axis. The ball was spun by airflown to around the airflown. Sorry, the ball was spun by airflown. It was by levitation via magnetic fields around the horizontal axis.
Cut it short, please.
I'm trying, but then I stumble over my words, and my bad.
But what is it saying to you? Give us your summary of it, because what it sounds like, if I can, I said this to you earlier today. If it seems like you get a paper and then read parts out to us, and then sort of say, well, it's looking kind of sus, the bit I read, but I don't get the strongest sense that I understand it. And I also don't get the strongest sense that you understand it. It sounds like you read it to go, well, look, these guys found a kind of difficulty to, moderate for this thing in this experiment that I don't fully understand. You don't fully understand.
They introduced magnetic fields to affect the
guys. Let's focus, please.
Let me get the let me get the paper pulled up. But essentially, they introduced an external magnetic field to get it to align with its axis of rotation.
This is a gyro compass now.
This was yes, I believe this was a gyro compass. Let me get the paper pulled up.
Was it
Exactly, but-
anything like the commercial marine gyro compasses that have been in use for 100 years?
Because those are
Do
pretty.
you think it was? I said it's
pretty-
levitating, dude.
I think it's pretty unlikely to be affected by magnetic things because I've asked that of IB Hunter and had him explain it in
that's
front of
what
me
I
like
believe.
2-3 times, and I'm fairly
Rotating
confident.
Let's take turns talking, please.
I think your AI is a bit too sensitive, Viggs.
Is it? What should I set the over talking to?
It just seems like it's constantly telling people
Well, how do
to
you limit
stop
the?
and stuff like that.
How do you control that?
I just set the over talking threshold to a few more seconds so you can over talk for a bit longer. What I'm currently trying to implement though is if the conversation is respectful, which I think it is right now, then it shouldn't interrupt at all, even if there's over talking. And
Yeah,
then
but you
Okay, I
can't
do
help.
have
Yeah,
a
but you
summary of
can't
the
help.
paper.
You can't help over talking sometimes, Shells, because of time zones. So
As
that's what you
something,
do.
as someone who's listening, I have had no issue with every single remark the Sage has made.
holy shit, that's
All right, so
from Riggs. Riggs is worried Sage is hellspawn. Okay, that's good feedback. Thanks,
fiber
Riggs.
optic and ring laser gyroscope rotation. There was the rotation affected the speed here. That's one note that I took. Let's see this. Where did my summary go? Okay, give me one more second. I just had it pulled up. I'm like on an app where I'm like searching the words.
Is there an abstract to the paper that you have?
All right, summary. They used magnetic fields and magnetic components for frictionless, stable levitation of a superconducting gyroscope rotor. This was necessary for ultra precise measurement, and the observed drift was within the expected limits for early prototypes. The magnetic field levitates the gyroscope rotor by exploiting the Messner effect, which is basically, let's see. I think it goes over what that is. I'd like to be more like thorough there. If I'm gonna quote an effect, I should be able to like quote what that effect is. Messner. All right, and then so
That's
that
it.
is a phenomenon where a superconductor expels a magnetic field from its interior when it transitions to the superconducting state. Okay, give me a moment. All right.
I'm just going to say.
All right. Let me go back to the summary now that I got the Messner effect read.
I just said.
It expels a magnetic field from its interior, which is a Messner effect, creating a strong magnetic repulsion between the rotor and the surrounding magnetic field. When a superconducting gyroscope, like those in advanced gyro compasses, rotates, it does generate a magnetic field along its axis of rotation, a phenomenon known as the London moment. This field makes a weak, well-defined magnetic field whose direction aligns with the spin axis. The field is produced because the electrons in the superconductor lag behind the rotation, creating a small but measurable magnetic moment. The London moment is a quantum effect unique to
Taylor,
superconductors.
take a breather, please.
Proportional to the rate of rotation. Maybe that's what I was trying to find earlier. In this field,
I don't think we're learning anything right now. What I would learn is if you were able to tell me what this means for a gyro compass. Like, how can we analyze the information you've provided in order that we understand how a mechanical gyro compass works?
I never said
Or
this
I
is how a
got-
mechanical gyro compass works.
Okay. Yeah. So
This
could
was-
you
this
explain the
first
relevance?
introduced
Guys,
me
can
to
we
the
focus,
idea
please?
of the Burnett effect of how rotating objects create a magnetic field. This was
Sure.
the paper that introduced me to that. And then basically the magnetic field that was generated by this rotating gyro compass repelled the exterior magnetic field and caused some sort of drag and
Sure.
a drift is what they called it. 1 degree
I
per
think
day.
all of that
Hang on.
sounds entirely possible. And what do we
Can
say
I just
next?
say-
Therefore, mechanical gyro compasses might
Oh
be.
no, Yeah, 1 degree was
My-
like
Guys, can
one
we
the 1 degree
focus,
day
please?
per day was like a side effect. What do you call it? That wasn't necessarily what they were hoping to find, but that was like what do you call a residual that was due to residual environmental influences. That's what they say.
Sure. Yeah, I believe that's
Taylor,
probably
can
all
I-
true.
Imperfect because of
and
imperfect isolation. Now this opens the question to if some imperfect isolation is causing this levitating gyro compass to experience a drift, like due to some exterior, environmental influences, then can other
Yeah.
environmental influences and magnetic fields cause other gyro compasses to drift? I'm not sure.
just an appeal to possibility.
So, hang on.
I'm not
Hang on.
necessarily
Let's
doing
focus,
that, but it's
Wait.
saying that this is happening.
Taylor, are
Some
you saying that?
external factor caused this gyro compass to drift, and yeah, I don't think they're 100% sure why.
That's the days of the year.
Okay,
I mean,
so
if it was a meaningful thing, and
How much? Hang on. Does the paper say how much these environmental factors affect the rotation?
Well, in this particular case, this levitating gyro compass, they said they experienced 1 degree per day drift as an exterior effect, but I think that they were trying to really isolate it. And they said that they had an imperfect isolation, which caused a 1 degree per day drift.
1 degree per day drift.
Yeah, because they were trying to isolate it, but they didn't fully, is what they say. The isolation.
Is this gyroscope trying to measure the rotation around the sun or the rotation of the Earth? Like I'm kind of confused.
I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to pull up the paper again. This was just the paper that got me introduced to the idea that magnetic fields can affect gyroscopes. I can link it for you guys. I do provide sources, so I will absolutely do that.
So are you saying that you're using this paper to prove that
I'm not
Earth's
saying anything or
magnetic
using this paper
field?
for anything.
You're not saying anything? I feel like
No,
you
I'm
are
not
trying
making
to
a
say something.
specific
Like that's
claim.
kind of like
Yeah, no, I'm not making a specific claim other than we should make sure we isolate all the variables before we just establish any cause and effect.
I would love if you would make a claim, I guess.
yeah. Like what are you trying to say that this
I'm already being
does
hounded, like, so why would I do that?
to
Yeah, just take a breath, flat earthers. What could you make a claim about this so we could know why we're hearing about it?
Magnetic fields affect gyroscopes.
Sure, I agree. Yeah, like the thing is to what degree, right? If these devices can find geographic, not magnetic, this thing that is hard to detect except by using the stars, a thing that should detect it on a rotating body does. Indeed, they're like if you levitate them in some bizarre experiment, you might find that they have a drift, and there could be unknown physics out there about that. But I think it's skipping past the fact that this thing's core design description, in order for the study that you brought up to be meaningful, it sounds like they've done a test on a gyro compass, according to you. That's got to assume that gyro compasses work, right? Because they're defined as something that finds.
They obviously work.
Okay, so that needs to be the point we address.
Yeah, now they work
there is
and they
this
have
magnetic.
some sort of precession. What is causing the precession? Like to make a claim that this is caused by Earth's rotation, I feel like we need a cause and effect controlled experiment where we,
What would that look like?
isolate each
describe what that
variable.
would be.
Well, you'd
Yeah.
have to obviously get outside the rotation of the Earth and have like a null. I mean,
What's a null?
like
Please, let's
have like
focus
a
on one
negative
conversation
control.
at a time. Thanks.
You have to have a negative control for your experiment to have a
So where
cause
would
and
the
effect.
null be? Where would the null be? Like, so you're going to assume the globe model for now.
I mean,
which has
the
got orbital
negative
dynamics.
control is what I meant to say.
Sure. What would that look like? Describe that
Outside of Earth's
experiment.
rotation, which they claim to go to all the time.
so
Sure.
see this
So
is
you
like
need
the
to go to
problem I'm
space.
having.
So in order
You're
to tell that Earth's
saying
turning and a gyro works, you need to go to space, but you don't think space
If you want to make the distinct claim,
Guys, focus,
positive-
please.
if you want to make the positive claim that this gyro compass precession is because of Earth's rotation, like point blank end of subject, then you would need to have a negative control to establish that cause and effect.
It's not quite
It's
that.
not my claim. Again, you've got to do this thing where you turn what I'm saying into some really absolute thing. It's perfect. It's really easy.
Isn't that what you said earlier? That this thing measures Earth's rotation?
It's defined as a compass that works as that, is what I said.
Okay.
Also, I feel like
Is
this
it
is the
defined that
same
way?
thing where
I didn't hear it.
Is it defined that way? If you search up mechanical gyro compass, do you think the definition will involve detection of Earth's rotation in order to find
I don't
cardinal
know.
directions? Okay, so I'm
Let's
not saying
focus, please.
that's a bit much, Sage. I think she might be having issues.
So Taylor, you're saying the only way that you'll accept this is if we find a planet that doesn't rotate at all, or an object
No.
that doesn't rotate at all that's outside of the Earth, and we would have to test it over there in order to prove
I
to
never
have
said
your
anything about
null.
another planet.
Okay, so what would it look like?
You didn't say that.
I
So
said
what
You
was
said
the
we have to
experiment?
go
What was
outside
the
of Earth's
experiment?
rotation.
to do any experiments, you need to have any cause and effect established. You need to, follow the scientific method and you do an
Well.
experiment. Okay. Now, this experiment would need to have a control, which would mean you change just one variable and the control would have that variable not changed. So if you say the precession of the gyroscope is due to Earth's rotation, then you'd have to have some sort of negative control where you're outside of Earth's rotation and inside and see how the precession rates affect. That's just how
Just
the
hoping.
scientific method works.
Well,
I'm sorry,
Just
that's the way
hoping
it
to get
is.
an answer to what I'm just hoping to get an answer to
Yeah,
what that
where
looks like. What that looks like in reality. So when you say get
I
outside the
already
system,
said
Guys,
I'm-
let's focus on one conversation at a time. Please.
what I mean is, you've said outside the system. I'm saying you need to show that there's something that it could be doable. Otherwise, you're saying this is unfalsifiable, right? So when you're
Well-
saying there needs a test that's outside the rotation, that needs to be an achievable thing. Otherwise, you're saying I'm asking for something that I personally, Taylor, think is impossible, which is getting outside the system. Your only way you could tell if Earth was turning is by doing something that you consider to be a violation of natural law. And what that says is, I don't want to know.
That's not
think it goes a
that's
little bit-
not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying to
I-
establish cause and effect, you have to perform an experiment.
It's
So-
pretty much.
I mean, I
That's
think
all
it
I'm
goes.
saying.
I think it goes a little bit further than that. I think it goes a little bit further than that. If with a mercury thermometer, if the mercury goes up and down, I think we'd all agree that it's because there's a temperature change. None of us are sitting here thinking, well, it could be something else making the mercury go up and down. If a gyroscope precesses with respect to a surrounding reference frame, the only reason we know that happens is because the reference frame rotates. That it's an instrument to detect some particular property of the environment in which it's sat. So if you can come up with a different alternative proposition as to why you can, or demonstrate that you can make a gyroscope on a bench process without using some other mechanism, then by all means do it. Then there's a vagary. But while you're in a no better position than
Let's
someone
focus
saying,
on
"Look,
one
the temperature-"
conversation at a
please.
time, please.
Right. So we get to the end of that before you said that. Amazing.
Calm down is what I said.
The AI
Well,
said the other part of it.
Yeah, the AI was also talking. That was. I've just downloaded some voices. I'm getting to it. It's got some other problems first. Thank you for being all beta testers.
Oh, it's an AI. Okay. That's Sage, is it?
It's just I gave it a voice that ended up sounding like Taylor's, and it's just haven't gotten around to changing it.
Oh, okay.
Well, who's kinky
We
and
need to
who's
focus,
not?
please.
I'm just going to mute her for a bit, I think. Till I
So
get-
again, Taylor, when you say outside of
Chill,
Earth's
chill,
rotation,
chill. Yeah, ask the question
You
nicely. It's a
chill.
good question. Yeah. I'm just saying it's a good question. Come in with warm energy.
so when you say outside of Earth's rotation, doesn't that mean in space?
Yeah, that's just what it would naturally be for your experiment to back up your claim.
Do you think
That's
space
perfectly
exists?
achievable. But
Do
you
you
guys
think
saying
space exists?
I want to make a point here. So
excuse me.
the scientific method actually involves having a hypothesis and then looking for information to validate or falsify that hypothesis. So having the null result and the control are nice to haves. They're not must haves. So that means that if you're going to cite the scientific method, you should, understand what that is, which is you don't have to isolate every conceivable variable. And, putting forth that paper with a 1% drift per day is, I mean, you can say I'm not making any claim, which is the smart thing to say because it would be an insane claim. But I think
That's an experiment where they claim to isolate the variable.
Just a minute, Taylor, just a minute.
Change your plane.
I think we all know that what you're saying is, well, I think that it's the magnetic field that causes this gyro compass to work and not rotation of the Earth. I mean, you can say that's not what you're claiming, but I don't think that that passes. I don't think that passes the sniff test at all. So, yeah, I mean, this is what I would consider to be a kind of sea lining, where you just make a pillow fort and say, well, you can't isolate all of the variables over and over.
Let's not pretend as well that Foucault's hypothesis wasn't the gyroscope processes at different amounts in different positions. He came up with a outline equation using a trigonometric function, which effectively made the equator the null case and the poles the maximal case. And then he extrapolated the information to see if it fitted onto that. So he didn't just think, hang on a minute, the precession is different in different places. He actually said, if the Earth's a sphere and rotation has this manifest effect upon a free moving system within a reference frame on that surface, then you will see, if in the case of a gyroscope, which is locked in a rotational context, you will see a different precession according to different positions given this equation. And he then matched it to that. He wasn't just winging it like an idiot. So there's your null case, the equator.
Yeah, do you
Look
have
at that,
any
what you will.
examples of it being performed on the equator?
You don't think that no one's taken a Foucault's pendulum to different
Go ahead
latitudes
and
and
show me.
demonstrated?
I've been looking for it for a long time now.
Have you? What do you think that
Yeah,
someone
I have.
someone would issue a paper specific, take a Foucault's pendulum to somewhere on the equator, calibrate it,
Do it.
and then come
Show me.
and then release a paper for peer review that says there's no precession.
Any evidence of anybody doing this on the equator? Go ahead and show me.
Well, you
Okay,
see,
so
Because you haven't
we
found
went
it
through,
doesn't mean it don't exist, Taylor.
That was
but
for
we
people
went
who
through
are
this
showing me.
before. We went through this before.
I understand that I'm
This-
drawing a crowd for multiple people to gang up on me, but it's just not pleasant.
Oh, are you getting sleepy again?
Are you serious? Why you gotta be disrespectful? Is this how you want to treat people that come in here and try to promote you guys' conversation?
Because you're disrespectful to people in here all the
Wow.
time.
Y'all are sad.
Constantly.
I haven't
So if-
disrespected anybody in here. I have
if-
yet to disrespect anybody. I personally do not do ad hominems, and I don't believe in them.
Yeah.
And you won't catch me
So-
doing them. I have not done them in here. So why are you going to say that?
Taylor, what would change in your position if someone
Seriously,
demonstrated?
no. I'm
there's no-
asking Cole why he just said I'm disrespecting people.
Okay.
Because you constantly tell people that they don't know what they're talking about.
I
People
never said
with
that to
degrees.
anybody.
See, and you interrupt me after you ask me a question, which means you just
I never said that to anybody,
disrespected me. So there's your answer.
I've never said to anybody you don't know what you're talking about. Not even in
You
this whole
constantly
conversation, all
tell
this whole time
people
I've been
that
here.
people with degrees, people who have the scientific background to
So you don't want
explain
anybody
things,
to
you
question
constantly tell
anything.
them either they don't know what they're talking about or they're wrong.
Nobody said that.
You have
Nobody has said
constantly
that.
said that.
I have not said that. No, you don't know
Your
what
lack
you're talking
of
about.
self-awareness is amazing.
Your lack
Can I
of
just ask-
self-awareness is too, because you obviously don't want
Can we
anybody to
get
come in here
back
and
to the
disagree
subject?
and question things. And whenever,
Guys,
okay,
let's
so look how
listen
many
to each
people it
other.
draws to have somebody question something. Then you're going to say, oh, it's disrespectful to have anybody question anything. Okay, seriously? Like, what do you want? Do you even want a conversation? Is it
Can
just
we-
disrespectful?
Yeah,
to
I
any
do. I
person
do.
that would come in
I
here and
do.
question things?
I do.
So
The
what
question I
the
was going to
heck?
put to the question I was going to put on the table, Taylor, is if
No.
someone did
This needs to
Okay,
be
you carry on.
addressed. Because
Okay,
is
go
it
for it. Go on.
disrespectful to come in here and
Chest
posit that there
beating
could be
nonsense.
other reasons for certain effects? Is that really disrespectful?
I don't care what he said. if he's just doing that.
I do, because that's just rude to tell me that I am being disrespectful just for questioning things. Seriously?
I'm not gonna. I don't lose my. If someone
I
tells
don't
me an idiot,
understand. Like, should I like disengage if I'm like being disrespectful by continuing this conversation?
I've got to the stage now where if anybody says I'm an idiot or disrespectful, I ignore it because it doesn't mean anything to me, and it just distracts from the conversation. It shouldn't mean anything
Okay,
to
well,
you
I'm not
either.
trying to be disrespectful. If you know, if someone coming in here and questioning things is disrespectful, then I don't know what you guys would want.
Well, what I want is not that. I want to ask you a question about the subject matter in hand.
That's ridiculous.
Okay. The question I was going to ask you is, if someone did demonstrate to use no precession at the equator, what would it change in your worldview about Foucault's equation? Oh, see how it's a lot less noisy when you get asked actual questions rather than just shouting at each
Just
other.
shut up. Like, seriously, you know that I'm disengaging because I just got told
Guys,
I'm
let's
being
focus here.
disrespectful.
Why are you
So
disengaging
don't
with
tell me
me?
like not answering for some other particular reason because I can't answer. I've been answering questions all night to 10 different people. How are you going to
Okay,
tell me I'm not
fine.
like I'm running away from a question just because I'm trying to disengage because right now I'm being called disrespectful for even questioning things?
Okay,
What am I
I'll
supposed
let
to
you.
do? I'm
I'll
like,
let you.
okay, if I do answer
All
your
right.
question, I'm
Okay.
disrespectful. If I don't answer it, I'm
I-
running. Like, then what?
Okay, I'll let you
And
stew
I'm
for a
getting
while.
told, oh,
I'll come back
I'm
later.
getting tired if I want to disengage. But then if I don't disengage, I'm getting told I'm running. But I'm getting told I'm disrespectful by continuing. So what should I do? How would I win at continuing? Exactly. There's no way.
Well, if you look at experimental data, typically you end up with an array of data points. So with the Foucault pendulum being the rate of its precession being measured at different latitudes, where it's increasing in period and rotating one direction, and you go below the equator, it maps the same math, but in the opposite direction, where the period of precession is near infinity the closer you get to the equator. Now, maybe you never get to the equator. You have a series of data points above, a series of data points below. You know that mathematically it's very reasonable to plot the curve to reach infinite precession at the equator. In scientific experiments, you can't dial in an exact data point that you want. You take the array of data and you fit it, and you know it's going to pass through the infinity point.
Yeah, but that was the proposed null, so it would be nice to have some data.
If Foucault pendulums at many different latitudes in both hemispheres. And the period of precession is mirrored north and south of the equator. And the precession at the equator isn't really described as zero, it's described as infinity. Because the period gets longer and longer the closer you get to the equator. And when you get just north of the equator, the period is very long and it's going to get shorter and shorter. Mirror image north and south of the equator.
I see what you're saying, and I understand. I'm just saying it would be cool to have that data point. But I
Well,
also want to say that science progresses on people asking questions. Okay, it's not disrespectful to posit alternative hypotheses. That should not be something that's considered to be disrespectful. Like, that's something that scientists should continue to do. That's what's propelled the field of science, is to ask questions and posit other hypotheses. You know, could this
Guys,
be due to other reasons?
let's focus
That's how you
here.
think it's supposed to do. So,
well,
I mean, to
again,
even posit that it's disrespectful to question things is just a ridiculous notion.
well, given a data set in a laboratory scenario, you don't you can't necessarily drive to a specific X value to observe a Y value. You take an array of data and map the curve.
The only reason the equator was even mentioned was because that could be the negative control where you don't experience the rotational effects. So if posit does have a data point there, that would be cool. You know, I'd like to see it. I'm not gonna deny data. Like, you know, you just have to establish cause and effect. That's the only thing that I've been saying, and that's what you do for any experiment. That's basic knowledge in science. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was just really just frustrating to hear someone say that asking questions is disrespectful. Because that's what science is founded on. So
Take a
yeah,
breath, Taylor.
thank you. I was only talking for like 10 seconds, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that one was because nobody else spoke up. I've got to fix that as well. Because nobody else spoke up, it treats it like you're the only one, like you're.
Yeah, I do like it though. I do like the AI. It's doing pretty good.
Thank you. So it's coming along. It took a long time. Cole sat with me to make most of it, and it was for weeks. Just couldn't do anything. Yeah, what I'm adding to it now is the idea that if it's chill,
Hey, riding on eggshells. Brevity is beauty.
see, there's because nobody else has spoken in between. She treats it like I kept talking the whole time. But what I'm now implementing is a thing that can understand its state of the conversation. If the state of the conversation is respectful, she doesn't need to focus if everybody's talking over one another because they could be excitedly agreeing or sort of it's just a lower intervention scenario. Whereas if it's so at the moment the discussion is heated, it's saying. Shubil argues that precession is near infinity at the something. So yeah, once it gets that, it'll get a lot better.
Yeah, I just don't think that I think that we should always stick to science, stick to the topics. Any like disrespectful comments that are unwarranted, like I think that could be eliminated. I know it's not like a rule in here, just to be disrespectful.
I agree with
But
you. I don't
know. It
like
might.
it. I just put down my headset and then I glance up at the screen to see if the transcription's working and see that you're complaining that you're being dogpiled again. I'm like, oh God, I got to pick up my headset again.
Yeah, I was told like I was just like muted because I was not engaging because it was just not getting anywhere. And then I'm like, oh, like what did I say? I wish I could look back at the transcript, but essentially I was like no, I did not answer your question because I was accused of running away from a question just because I didn't answer because I was tired of like the line of questioning. It was just stupid. And then I'm like, oh, she's running away from this question. And I'm like, no, I just chose not to answer or engage because this is not getting anywhere, essentially. And then I'm like, oh, the guy's like, oh, you're just getting tired again, huh? Like, just how stupid and insulting. And then just for no reason. And then I got told that I'm being insulting and disrespectful to people, and I was like, what? Why would I be insulting or disrespecting? I haven't insulted anybody this whole time I've been here. And then I said, and then apparently I'm insulting by asking these questions. So I'm like, okay, so people shouldn't ask
Hey,
questions.
Taylor,
Like, what the
mind
heck?
your monologues.
Yeah, I am monologuing because I'm frustrated, and so that's what happened. And
No.
then that's what
So
happened.
we
you
have.
know, when you come back.
Am I very bad at it? I do it a bit.
I do not think it's disrespectful to question things. I'm just gonna make that very clear.
Yeah, I don't think it's disrespectful to question things. I don't find you disrespectful generally.
Well, I
Like, I
try
think-
not to be, and I try not to ever insult people. So to get told that I'm insulting people,
Yeah,
just
I
kinda-
think. Sorry, I think when Globers say that, they are like trying to pull a sort of you're insulting them by questioning them, and I don't agree on that. I think that it's fine to question stuff. Yeah, I haven't heard you insult.
But there, hold on, Eggs. I want to respond to that. It's not just questioning things.
Please,
It's
folks,
when
let's
you
take
question
turns
something
speaking.
and somebody tries to tell you something, and then you immediately, before they even get done, you say something like, "Well, how do you know that happened? How do you know that they did that? How do you know? Where's your evidence of that? Where's your evidence that they tested that there? Where's the evidence that this was tested here?" That is disrespectful to science in general, but to also the people with the backgrounds in here trying to teach people something. And just because you don't come out and call somebody a dickhead or an asshole when it's implied, it's the same thing as outright disrespecting.
Well, I guess it's
There's differences in questioning.
So what I try to go for is like cleaner words, where clean is like if you describe the behavior, then you take away, because nobody describes themselves as disrespectful, and that doesn't jump to mind as disrespectful, but I do find it frustrating. I agree with what you're talking about, where because I said it earlier to Taylor, so I don't feel like we're speaking like behind your back, Taylor, where I say I feel like you sort of go, well, maybe they haven't considered magnetism, and I find that kind of silly, and I think what you're saying, Cole, is it's kind of disrespectful to them. Is that what you're saying, the people who did it?
Hey, writing, take a breath.
Fair
Not
call.
the first time, but the 12th time, yes.
Right.
So like if I'm getting questioned about like a potential variable that I feel like should be accounted for, if I keep getting questioned and I have to say it 12 times because people ask me 12 times, is that disrespectful?
No, I don't think you're like I said it, I don't think you're disrespectful. I get what Cole's saying, but I would just don't, because I generally try to avoid using the word disrespectful altogether for the reason I stated. The same as like, I will say things like dumb, but things that I try to avoid things that imply, oh, here's the other one, lying. Something that implies an intent when I don't know the intent. I try to avoid. I'm not saying you're wrong, Cole. I'm just saying I avoid it. I don't agree with it. I think it.
I'm pretty
Hey,
sure it
writing,
was
keep
Cole
it short.
Fair call.
that was saying that just because I just wasn't continuing with a line of questioning, that I felt like wasn't progressing anything, to say, oh, it's just because, are you getting tired again? Like to make those silly, like childish remarks, I feel like are uncalled for.
Yes, Taylor,
I think that's
because
how the word disrespectful first got brought up. Then I was accused of being disrespectful. So I guess that was
because every time 2 or 3 people start talking to you at once, you say, "Oh, I'm getting tired. I gotta leave," and then you say you're going to bed, and then
wouldn't
you come
you?
back 30 minutes
wouldn't
later,
you do the
which is you lying to us. Why not just say you don't want to talk and you're leaving? Why lie about it?
How do you know that I wasn't?
I've
Like,
heard you
seriously?
say
You're
it
gonna
so
accuse me
many
of
times,
lying.
that same exact thing. As
Wow.
soon as people start talking to you more
Dude,
than
if
one
we
person at a
keep
time,
Guys, let's
you say
take
the
turns
same thing,
speaking.
that you're
That's
sleepy and you're going to
exhausting.
bed, and yet you come back in
Yeah,
30
we heard
minutes
you,
Well,
Cole.
and you continue the same nonsense that you was
Yeah, we
doing
heard you, Cole.
before.
But
Yeah, we heard you.
I think that's fair. Like Taylor says, she doesn't like it when multiple people pile in.
Well, then don't
First
lie
of all,
about
it
it.
is
Say you want to leave
exhausting.
the conversation.
But I think
I
that's
can
what
do what I
you
want. I'll leave when I want, and I'll come back when I want. It is exhausting to
That's
have three
fine,
people.
but don't lie about it when you do so.
I was not lying.
Guys, can we take turns speaking,
Okay, now
please?
I'm being accused of a liar. Okay, now Cole, you've accused me of being disrespectful and a liar in this conversation. Okay, I was not lying. It is
You act like a
exhausting to have
duck, you
three
quack
people.
like a duck, Taylor. That's all
Yo,
I can tell
get
you.
some control. You're a grown man. Have some self-control, please. It is exhausting to have three men question. Not that I'm sexist or whatever, calling them misogynist, nothing like that. Three men questioning you, like one after another, that are literally coming in on shifts to come question you for hours. You don't think that that's exhausting and you need a break from that?
Yes, but
You
when
don't
you
think you
leave,
need
you
a
don't
break
have
from
to
that?
say, I'm going to go to bed and then come back in 30
I thought
minutes.
I
We know
was
you
going to
didn't go to
bed.
bed.
So
Hey,
what?
everyone, let's take turns
I've seen you do it
talking.
in 2 or 3 different chat rooms about 30
cares,
times
Cole?
at this point. So I
Yeah,
know
you're
what
lying
you're
about the 30
doing.
times. But yes, I did say I was going to bed earlier, which I did plan on, which unfortunately I didn't do. I wasn't lying. You don't have to accuse me of being a liar now. I was not lying. I thought I was going to bed. And it's
Yeah,
probably
I don't.
I probably should have went to bed. That's all I'm going to say. I
Yeah, I
probably
don't
should
think
have.
saying you're going to go to bed is lying. Like I always say that and then glance. I was saying that to myself half an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't intentionally lying.
Am I the only one that
I
doesn't have flurf reset?
Shorten it to I'm tired. That
say
way
these
you're not
like
even trying.
insults like Cole, why do you have to act like why do you have to act like this? Why can't you just be respectful and have a conversation about the content? Why do you have to be like this?
I did the first
Like
2 hours, Taylor, but when it was hour after hour after hour, you continually saying the same thing, telling people the same
Y'all
craziness
need to take
that
turns
Shoebill
speaking.
and a couple others kept trying to tell you the answers to, and you kept refusing to listen, and you kept repeating the same thing for hour after hour. It gets nerve-wracking.
so what do you want? You want me to say, okay, you're right, conversation over. Like, even though I don't feel like I've got a substantial, like, reasoning to, change my position. You think a conversation over, okay, bye. Bye, everybody. Have a good one. And you'll have nobody to talk to. Is that what you'd rather?
You know, though, it could be saying I'm tired
I
and
wanted Cole to
leaving is one
answer,
thing.
but it's okay. I
Saying
wanted
I'm
Cole to answer
tired,
if that's what he'd rather. Would you
saying
rather
I'm
just say,
tired.
okay, gotcha, goodbye?
Are you talking
Is
over
that
everyone
what
just
you
to me?
want, Cole?
Is that what you want, Cole?
Do you keep
I
talking
want
because
to
I'm
know. I
talking?
want to know if that's what he'd rather. Seriously.
After the
I feel
second hour of constantly repeating, you become another DMOC, Taylor.
Okay, then leave. If you guys don't want me here or any other flat earthers, they're not gonna hop on board with your narrative immediately. Like, then maybe you shouldn't be in a space like this where it's like a debate space. Maybe
And
this isn't a place for you to be.
you got your point across. You're going to keep going because now it's getting tedious. We get you. Can we maybe stop being tedious? Thank you.
But he's continuing to drag this on like this. It's just crazy.
No, I'm hearing you. I'm fucking hearing
Okay,
you.
well, I might be, but I don't. I mean, this is.
And now you're
I
dragging
mean,
it on, Boomer.
all right. Well, then
Relax.
I'll.
Yeah. What's up,
Guys,
Taylor? How
can
you
we
doing?
I
take
don't
You're all
think
turns
that
good,
that
man.
should be
talking,
accepted
please?
here,
Sorry
and
about
I
this
don't.
shit.
If I'm being disrespectful by continuing the conversation, then I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't continue. I'm not sure what to do, but
Yeah, I don't
that
find you are. I don't get why. I don't get the objection so much. I don't.
Okay, there's a Foucault pendulum was done in Peru, I think, or Peru or Ecuador. One of those anyway. There is one on the internet. There you go. So there's one, and there's also one in Africa too, in Nairobi.
Everyone knows focal pendulums are gay and fake, dude. Come on, relax.
Well, you've got
Let's
nothing to
take
back that up, and
turns
that's just
speaking,
ad-hom bullshit.
everyone.
So why don't you shove it up your ass?
That's some gay and fake shit for someone who believes in a focal pendulum. I don't do that kind
That's
of
what I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm telling you to shove it up your ass because you said it's gay and fake. You made the gay reference,
Right.
not me. So you
That's what I
just
mean,
so
though.
killed
the
the concept.
Peru had like no procession. Is that what you're saying? Do you have that data?
No, I just knew that had happened. I just hadn't had a chance to mention it because you guys kept doing back and forth. There's a guy, I think it's Nairobi. He does a thing with two daisies, where he spins them around and shows you he's on the equator in Africa. And he spins them around and shows you the opposite effect the daisies spin around in the drums of water that are being
Yo,
drained.
Boomer, did you used
Yeah,
to
just
think that which way
sorry to
the
interrupt the
water
beginning
went
of your
down the
sentence with
toilet
the middle
bowl
of
was
mine.
proof of Coriolis?
Sorry to interrupt the beginning of your sentence with the middle of mine, you rude cunt. So
That's
what
all right.
happens? He also
People are
Maybe we should
appreciative
all
of
go
that
to
fact.
bed.
he also had a set of swings set up. I'm going to finish, dude. I'm going to plow through. He also had a set of swings set up where after he had done the 2 daisy experiments, he then went up and set up a swing and swung it back, and then he said after 5 minutes, here it goes. It's hard to keep it going, but you get the idea. Thank you for letting me finish.
How enriching.
And if
Well,
you're going to say
whenever I
going in
said Cole was dragging it on earlier, I wasn't. Maybe I should take that back. I'm probably the one dragging it on, but what I meant was he continued to call me a liar, which is very insulting. That's all.
yeah,
But we
fair
can
enough.
move on to the pendulum.
Yeah, fair enough. And to say something's going fake is so 2021. How about you get some new material? Because, we all freshen up. It's
Still
good
works
time.
though. Still makes the case. You know what I mean? Says
No,
everything
it
I need
doesn't.
to
Makes
say.
you look like an unoriginal idiot who's got nothing to
Well,
bring
you
to the
sound like
table.
an angry leprechaun. So what?
Well, that's your view, and I don't
I
give a
probably
flying
sound
fuck.
angry too right now.
Sorry, Taylor, get in there.
So you've just come in to create turmoil and antagonise people, and it's not working.
Yeah, just some people.
Yeah. Well, it must suck to be you because all you're trying to do is be a miserable cunt and spread it around. So it sucks to be you, and I'm happy
No, it's
because I
funny
feel good
actually.
about it.
It's actually kind of funny. I'm having a good morning with it. What up, Eggs?
G'day, mate.
So what's the difference between fresh and a bucket of shit? Ah, the bucket. Let's go for some jokes, shall we?
I could go for
Nobody
some.
understood that.
Oh, sorry, it was ISA. So how'd you go, dude? 50% of Americans read after what is it, below a 3rd grade level?
Now they read it at 6th grade level, which I guess
No,
you're
you said
really
3rd
proud
grade. Yeah,
about.
right.
Are you proud about it? You proud
No, you
about
said
correcting my stats? Because you're right. It wasn't a 4th or a 3rd grade level. It was a 6th grade level, and it still makes my case. But thank you for perfecting my argument. And what do you call it? And I also think it's interesting that there's levels to reading comprehension. So the first, there's the levels are you can read a sentence, then you can actually put it into a paragraph. But then the third level is actually comprehension of the paragraph within the context of, let's say, the essay or the whatever. And that's where most people really, there is no literacy other than but a few people who actually know how to read. And you guys prove that every day.
because you're really smart.
No, I can just read. I think I can read good.
So you've corrected the page, you've changed it around, but you actually said 50% of Americans can't read above a 3rd grade level. So it means you've bagged
it's a
half of
six.
your countrymen.
That is what
Half
I
of your
read. Yeah, but
countrymen
then it's a sixth
you're
grade
basically
level.
called stupid. So you can't even let me
No,
finish.
I'm just having a conversation. What's the difference between a 6th grade and a 3rd grade level of reading?
Well, you were the one who
And
brought up
a
the
college, and how about this? And a college level.
You were the
should
one
be
that
A
brought the
lot of
stat
college
up.
students don't like reading papers that they don't have to read. I think that's stupid. I think that they should continue reading in all fields of study. Like, I actually like reading papers. But I know many people don't. But you just kind of get used to it. You can start reading them quicker and learning new topics, which is what I love doing. I've really loved reading some of these physics papers. I know I'm not an expert, but it is fun to learn. Everybody should love learning, reading.
Agreed.
But yeah, it's about reading comprehension now. That's the interesting part
That's true.
about it is the level. Because you can, and that's what I was saying is you can read a sentence, you can read a paragraph, but can you get the idea from the paragraph and then put it into the context of a story, like a novel or something? You know what I
That's
mean?
true.
So there's just levels of understanding. That's why I think so many people are at a base level where they can read the words, but they can't think about the ideas that are actually on the page. First, you know what I mean?
You
So
mean like general English?
whatever the author wrote, whatever the author wrote, this is why cosmology is so interesting to some of us, and so simple and stupid that even a child could understand to others, is because they can read the words on the page, but they don't get the context. It's like a profound statement, but they can't see the allegory. They can't see the ramifications of it. because they can't fucking understand what they're reading.
What's your favorite physics paper, Sailor?
Like the just like the title of the paper.
Yeah, or a link to it or something.
Could quantum biology count as physics? Would that count?
Not for me, not really. But if you think it is, that's okay.
Are you waiting on like the title of the paper?
Oh no, I'm not waiting on anything.
Okay.
That's funny. What's your favorite physics paper, babe?
Are you asking me?
I mean, I would normally talk to you and call you babe. Sure.
To be honest, one of my favorite physics papers is the Cavendish paper.
Is it on your nightstand?
Say what?
He says it on your nightstand. Who's
Like, read a little passage from Mayor Cavendish.
Yeah, I can give you one in just a second. Let me pull it up. Hang on.
Yes, it is on his nightstand.
Got flashcards. He's like remembering, formulas.
I heard a really clever guy did a Cavendish experiments one time.
Yeah, I'm gonna get real cliche with it. What about it's like reminds me like Play-Doh, where it's like cave-ish. Like you're sitting in a cave, watch this bullshit.
One thing I don't understand is why Glovers want to have a day with a flat earther but get so frustrated when a flat earther questions some of the narratives. I don't understand the point of the whole debate environment. If that's, I don't know. I just need some clarification on this. I'm confused by it, and I just don't understand. Please.
What sort of happens? A lot of times you'll come in and ask a question, and you do it quite well. I reckon you're one of the smarter of that side. But the others leave people in such a roughed up, antagonised, and just they're like they jab you with a compass. They're deliberately trying to do it, just like Issa did then. So you tend to cop the brunt of that. So I do apologise on those who are already a bit nastied up by it. I found myself doing it too. I try to be civilised, but when you just get a smart ass who's not funny, who thinks he is, you tend to remember that.
Yeah, it's understandable. I really do enjoy like the discussion for the sake of learning and exchanging ideas. Like I'm always learning. Like I looked up a lot of things tonight and I learned some more. I mean, that's really the fruit of it. And just, that is the fruit of it, like learning more. But yeah, I never try to like get frustrated or name call or ad hom. And I feel like I do pretty good at that. Maybe I'm not perfect. I mean, I know I'm not perfect, but I feel like I do generally well. And I just don't understand why people get so frustrated, but yet they seem like they want to engage in this sort of discussion. So I don't know.
Well, I used to say, are you familiar with Jez Conda, the New Zealand drunk helicopter pilot?
No.
Ah, well, whenever he comes in, he kind of slurs his words a bit and you can tell he's drunk. But he'll say something to a Flurf like, oh, well, what about this la-di-da-di-da, ring laser gyro, and be really polite about it, and then add to the end, you fucking idiot, which totally kills the purpose of being polite. Because when you add you fucking idiot to the end, you've just made a total derogatory ad hom. And he was polite up until then. I've said it to him a dozen times. Just leave the adjective off the end, ask the question. You don't need to add that. But he can't do it. Because he just has to yell, look down at flat earthers. I don't know why, but he has to do it. Low-hanging fruit, I think. Or what do you think?
No, yeah, I think the people just make fun of each other. That's what people do, bro. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I think like even if you and I had to work together in a life or death situation, we'd still be talking shit. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I just think like, especially in regards to like something like this, where a lot of us have looked into all this information for years. The banter is part of the fun, you know, because there's not
But
many
you
people that
know,
actually even understand any of this shit anyway, you know, or are even interested remotely. So, you know,
Right.
like, you know, like, I talk to my friends like this. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, I mean, I hope you get a hole in your boat. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's like that's just the way it is, bro. I don't know what the fuck. People are
And
like
banter
that.
is good every now and then, but like when it comes to calling people a liar, that's really offensive to me. Like to be called that, because I really do try not to lie. Like I, believe in the Bible, try to carry it out, live it out, and like to be called a liar is just so frustrating because I really try not to. And I'm sorry I got frustrated, but that is not something I think that we should say lightly to people. I don't know. That's just my opinion, but I'm gonna digress.
I agree on that one too. I think calling people, that's what I was saying, like in interpreting someone's intent, saying here's why you did this is just such a failed game. Because you can't ever win. You can't
Well,
ever
yeah.
prove it.
What about it's not what you say, but how you say it? Also,
Even that, I think it's definitely how you say it, and there are some things where intent is obvious. But if ever intent is not obvious, don't assume the bad one. Assume mistake or a general misunderstanding or a bias or a blind spot or your blind spot, your bias, like all these other noise in the
line.
environment.
It's funny, my boy Kathy. She's never attributed to malice what could be attributed to ignorance.
Exactly. It's a great one. What is it called? Hanlon's razor or something, I think.
I'm not too certain. I just remember my buddies quote it all the time. But yeah, but at the same time, like, it's more fun to accuse, right? Especially like I said, banter. You know what I mean? It's like, I just think that's part of the game out here.
Yeah.
It's not like to be honest, it's like if you're out doing flat earth and you think like you're like some geologist, fucking like scientist, fucking whatever, you're retarded. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's the same access. Everyone in the world has the information. No one's going to take it any more serious than anyone else. It's not like you're going to find some fucking. That's just how I feel. Like anyone who's taking themselves too serious about flat Earth is, I think missing the point of flat Earth.
Well, I remember we used to do shows with the shields. There were up to 8 people on the panel, and we'd have a point. It's because there's 8 people. 1 sentence, 1 minute, or 1 point. Okay, don't exceed any of those, and let's move it to the next person. Enter PhD Tony. 6 minutes, 6 sentences, 27 points. Just totally, people in the chat will be saying, "Shut up, Tony." 1 point. So it's a case of how many people have the floor too. I want them back and forth is okay. But, could you imagine PhD Tony in a panel with 7 other panelists? 6 points, everyone's got something to say, and no one gets to say anything. That's kind of frustrating. And PhD Tony's not a bad guy when he's not drunk.
Is he doing all right?
Haven't heard from him for a while.
In a while. I know, and the last time I heard, I just hope he's all right. I'm sure he is, but just wanted to check on him.
Yeah, it sounded like he was doing some cool stuff last I talked to him.
Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, it's cool to have him around. I love engaging with him, even though he gets frustrated sometimes. And, I still like to learn from him. He taught me some cool stuff about seismology that I never knew. And yeah, I do enjoy these conversations. I hope they can continue with integrity and respect and just banter. That's always fun. I'm not against banter, but friendly engagement, learning, and integrity. That'd be nice. But yeah, I'm glad to see people here. I know there's, some dry periods that have been happening, but good to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Taylor, do you mind if I ask you a question?
I don't mind.
Right. So, if I'm wrong, correct me. But listening, one of the questions you have over stuff like evolution is the irreducible complexity. Yes.
I don't like using that word because it can be misinterpreted into a way that's easily like debunks it, and so I don't use the word irreducible complexity. There's other words that are more suitable, but yeah, I mean the general idea, we can go along with that.
Right. No. This is no gotcha. Like I don't go into evolution or anything else like that. There, so I'm not trying to trap you or anything on evolution. But given that that's one of one of the things you're questioning about evolution, or one of the reasons why you think that there is a creator, wouldn't the same be true in terms of the universe as presented by the globe model? The fact that there is the wonder of all the other planets, space, all the different phenomena that we see in the night sky, wouldn't that also support the idea of the heliocentric model?
Wouldn't like Privileged Planet, that was like a book by Michael Behe, and it talked about all the amazingness of this earth, and he does believe in the globe and kind of the mainstream models, but he was talking about like all the perfect constants and variables and everything that just had to be perfect for us to be here on this earth and living. Yeah. And so basically, is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, like the
Like
idea
the
that
Privileged Planet notion?
if God can create something as complex as a human, why would they confine themselves to creating this snow globe idea that's presented by the majority of flat earthers, as opposed to the vastness of the universe?
Well, even in the flat Earth model, like from my understanding, you can still have the heavens be absolutely amazing. Like the heavens declares glory, and there's something going on up there in either model for sure. Because I've seen galaxies and stuff under the telescope. Galaxies moving in their colors, and it's just absolutely amazing. So whatever's going on in the heavens or in outer space is amazing either way, I believe. But yeah, in either model, it's such a miracle that we're even here. Like even if you look at the other planets from normal mainstream model, it's still an absolute miracle. So yeah, either way, it wouldn't take away from God's creation, but it would come down to like biblical accuracy on like if the Earth is moving or not, stuff like that.
Right. So, but as a creator, then, and when you hear flat earthers say, "No, well, we're stuck under this dome. We don't know. All we're seeing in the sky is luminaries. We don't know what they are or anything else." Doesn't that does that make you feel like they're trying to limit the ability of what God has created?
It just depends on your perspective. You could say we're stuck under this dome, we can't do nothing, like we're confounded, and look at it from that notion. But like at the same time, you could say, well, thinking about it that way says that we are very important and we are the center of creation instead of just some speck in comparison to the universe flying in the middle of nowhere. So it just depends on how you look at it.
Right. Right. So, do you have children yet?
No.
Right. So, right. We'll take your parents in. If we go, if we went and spoke to your parents, we, I would confidently suggest that
if I ask them what the most important thing in their life is, they would say, well, it's my children, it's Taylor and whatever siblings you may or may not have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you move 2,000 miles, if you decide to move to Europe, the location, the fact that you've moved location wouldn't alter uh, that point. They would still consider you the most important person in their life. So
Right.
this idea that we have to be the center, if God created everything, and if we are uh, the entities that God has created in His own image, why would location matter if God is everywhere?
So that's assuming that you do believe in God. If you were a Christian and you do believe in God, then in either model you'd say that we are important. But I guess the idea that we could be insignificant flying through, the universe, just some speck in the middle of nowhere, like if you don't necessarily know if you believe in God or not, if you're agnostic or atheist, I mean, that could like support the idea that we are insignificant. And it would be like to someone who's not a believer, kind of supporting the idea that we're not created.
Why use the term insignificant? Because I'm agnostic. I don't make them either way. I don't believe in any of the creators presented by the major religions, but I still don't see life as insignificant.
Well, some people do. I
Again,
believe
but
some people do, like in their worldview, like we're just an accident, like we weren't designed or created intentionally. Like the word accident, I use that to mean that we were not intentionally designed in their model. So,
but does that necessitate for us to be insignificant?
huh?
Does that just even if we came across if we came into being by an accident, does that mean that we are insignificant? Surely life is the important thing. Like you said, like I agree with you earlier, trying to be decent human beings, engaging with people honestly, uh, just trying not to be crap towards other people.
Well,
Why
that
is
would
it
be just down to your
insignificant?
perspective. Whether we're insignificant or not, if you do believe in like the mainstream model, like that we're Big Bang and we're just, life wasn't intentionally designed, then whether we're insignificant or not would just be down to your like philosophy.
Yeah, no, it's just I find a lot of flat earthers will try to say that atheists are they because they don't believe in a greater life means nothing. We're only here for the blink of an eye. But even in the model of Christianity, we're still only here for the blink of an eye on Earth. That in terms of what we can do here, it's still very insignificant. Neither model look at it that way. Whereas an atheist, well, we're only here for 70, 80 odd years, like potentially. Why wouldn't we see it as extraordinary that we have had this opportunity and be grateful for it?
Right. I'm not sure.
Thanks for the answers. I've been meaning to ask that for a while when I heard you about your last evolution conversation. Thank you.
Is nobody talking? The hell?
Is Demox still here? All right, guys. Well, I guess I'll head out. Hopefully we
Taylor,
can get
mind the length of your talks, okay?
okay.
You said too much.
If I come back, don't, kill me for it.
Somebody pressed the crickets, did they?
Yo, is there seriously nobody talking? What the hell is going on here?
You're talking.
Stop over talking. Earth is live.
No, because
What do you
I
want to talk?
jumped. It was like nobody. I'm like, all these people here. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I know. We're all quiet. We're all contemplating.
I was in the middle of something yesterday with me and electric, and I had to leave, and I'm kind of upset that I had to leave.
Why? Electric is like just pulling. Like this is not that serious.
Yeah, I called him.
I was like, you're full of shit, man. Because what the hell?
And he's not really good at what he's doing. You know, it's just like nope.
Is there an echo?
Tim.
So
Were you aware that men used to ride dinosaurs?
yeah, I heard.
Crazy.
Well, correction. Dinosaurs is aren't real. What we think about dinosaurs is actually winged dragons, and we wrote those because we are the true Targaryens.
That's right.
Is anyone else here an echo?
No.
From who? I didn't hear an echo.
It could be from Ned. His mic is always shitty.
I'm just about to go and pick up some new well, Apple ones. So I'll have a nice mic later on.
Yeah, somebody's echoing.
Not me. I know it's not me.
What else say?
Are you still in Hawaii, people?
No. What's that?
You're not still in Hawaii, are you?
Oh no.
That's okay.
No.
I wanted a tsunami update.
Hawaii. Yeah, I heard about that this morning. I haven't been in Hawaii since 2022.
I think Noah, that douchebag, lives there, doesn't he? In Oahu, on the North Shore.
What's that?
You know Noah, that flat Earth guy.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah, I know him. I tell him all the time. I'm like, yo, man, why don't you go down and recreate the pictures that I took?
Yeah.
He won't do it. He won't do it. I said, you can go to my if you don't believe I took those and you don't believe I saw what I saw, you can go to that very location and take those pictures. I'm sure he probably has been there, but he won't take the pictures. I was kind of upset yesterday. With my wife called me right in the middle of me and Electric having this discussion, and then she kind of kept me on the phone for like the next hour and a half. So I was like, okay, I guess that's the end of that.
The best part was where you said, oh, remember back in Dovitz when you flip flopped, you wrote to me and you helped me so much, blah blah blah. And he was like, "Fuck you."
Yeah. Yeah, it was on Demon Stride. Yeah, that was on Demon Stride's channel. When Demon Stride was doing his shows.
Yeah. Yeah, he had his revelation, in the end of the Tataria server before that went off
Yeah.
closed down, and then Demon Strides opened his, and he came back, and now he was just a reborn global, and now he's just whatever he is, Poing or whatever.
Yeah, so like I said yesterday, there's only two people in this community that have done what he's done. One was Bandsaw. If anyone knows Bandsaw Bandit, I know
Yeah,
Sean
yeah.
is pretty familiar with Bandsaw.
Yeah, I
Because I
know him
remember
well.
we
I've
were
known
on
him for
Band.
years.
Yeah, he's kind of doesn't really come around that much often. But he was on when Sean G used to do his live streams. Literally on stream, he was like, "Yeah, yeah, I think it's a globe now," and blah blah blah. And for a while, he was on the globe side after being a flat earther for a while. But then he flip flopped back to being a flat earther on Geo's channel. So I don't know what happened. Something I don't know. But yeah, they're the only two that I've ever seen do that. Like I don't know how a person can go from being a flat earther to a glober, understanding everything, then going back to being a flat earther. That just makes no sense at all.
I think he's just playing a game, bored in real life, projecting his own, like he just needs noise in his ears, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of think so too.
I mean, I can't know for sure, but that's just the feeling I
Yeah,
get.
yeah. I mean, I still have the DMs from him DMing me, telling me how stupid. Gleam.
Yeah.
Yeah, telling me how dumb Gleam is, and I destroyed him in just the discussion we had and all this stuff. Okay, but now he's a flat earther.
I still remember when Shane St. Pierre forced pretty much, like pushed Jesse Electric into debating McToon and FTFE when he was still a rookie flat earther. It was so funny.
Yeah, yeah, remember that.
That was good
That was
times.
like that was like 2 years ago. No, that was like 2020, 2021, 2022, like that.
Yeah, that was like yeah, in the early days of COVID. But that was good times. Like if David had not run that server into oblivion, like I don't know, it might have been around still.
Well, we were still going on Earth Awakenings back then too.
Yeah. Well, there
Man,
was a
that's bad
dip in
for
Earth Awakenings because all the traffic was over in David server.
and who's
Huh?
and whose server?
David was the one owning the Tataria server, and then his right hand
Oh,
was Shane and Pierre.
yeah, Ontario. Yeah, I went there. I used to go there a few times, but what the hell is that guy's name? There's another guy who used to. I think he goes over. I know Crit was one of them. There was another guy named Geo. And then there was damn, what the hell is his name? He's a super flurf.
Michael?
No, no. It's on the tip of my tongue. He'd always spam like a wall of text. Hell is his name? I'll think of it. I won't think of it. But I hope Old Electric comes back so we can finish our discussion.
Well, he's in the chat.
Oh, he's in the chat? Okay, good. Good. If you're listening, we're gonna finish our discussion from yesterday. He's probably like, I don't listen to you dumb globers. You're dumb globers and you're not having any evidence for your ball. You know, we can argue about refraction for the next hour. That's fun, isn't it? Isn't that fun?
Yeah, thrill a minute.
Maybe I'll drag him into a different subject, see how he does.
Well, usually you don't need to do that. The flat earthers go down a rabbit hole as it is.
Yeah, but when it's a subject that they know they can't get out of, then they'll jump to a different subject, like
Yeah,
gravity.
that's typical. That you see it all the time.
All right, I will. I'm going to be in the gym for the next hour or so.
Well, that sounds strenuous.
Get that pump.
Yeah. What's up?
Get that pump, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of people in the VC. What the hell? Nobody wants to talk. It's Wednesday morning where I'm at on this side of the globe.
9:05 east.
In your godless paradigm. What's up, man? Just kidding.
All right, I will be back, gentlemen. Think of something think of a subject to talk about. The moon landings, fucking Donald Trump.
No, not Donald Trump. I'll talk about moon landings, but I can't talk about Donald Trump.
Moon
The
landings are
education. Talk
retarded.
about the
Hey,
education
folks,
system.
let's try to take turns speaking, please.
Sage, I'm sorry, Sage. Give me a
Thanks.
minute, please.
Yeah, stop
Sage.
interrupting, Sage.
Go on mute, Sage. Put yourself on mute.
Oh, here we go.
Oi, Jazza. Is that Jazza just coming?
Yeah, I just seen you pop in.
Fucking right. You lazy Australian.
He's not Australian.
Doesn't matter. I'm American.
That's an insult to Australians.
Yeah,
That's why I said it. That's why I said it. What are you fucking talking about? This is the lazy Australians.
Okay, well, I didn't know you were Canadian.
Yeah, it's just about to say, oh, so you're
How dare
Canadian.
you? That's worse even, I think. Like I always admired at least that like the international folk out here in the flat earth debate. If you believe the moon landing be true, you at least agree with us that America is the greatest nation that ever existed.
So far, so
Well,
good.
I don't live there, so I can't confirm or deny that.
No, I know, but I'm saying you believe in the moon landing, right?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't say I believe it. I think of another word.
So you have to accept that we're the greatest nation that ever existed. Then I'm just saying, like, if you accept that we went to the moon,
Oh, okay. If I accept
you
the moon
also have to
landing,
entertain
okay.
the notion that America is
I
Coming,
see what you're
right.
doing.
coming
You
from
have
a
to recognize that
Canadian,
America is
coming
better
from a
than wherever you
Canadian,
guys
I
are
have
from.
no reason not to believe it.
So it's the same as if I like McDonald's. Does that go down the same road?
Also from America, yes. I too like McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? You know, I won't let the moon landing or lack thereof take away from the greatness of America. That's for sure. See, what do you guys think about the idea that a bunch of Nazis tried to take down America with the fake moon landing so they could come back and destroy the country because they lied about the moon landing?
But they didn't, though, Isa. They
Well,
promoted the country.
You got to buy it there, I say.
but no, what I mean though is that like it's like they would be like a bunch of Nazis. They were Nazis, came over, pretended to go to the moon, did it poorly,
They
and then
didn't do it
fucking
poorly. They got there. How did they do
they
it?
understood 50 years they understood 50 years later that no one is going to believe this shit, and they're going to turn on the government for lying to them about going to the moon. That's what scares me, is that people are going to want to destroy the greatest nation in the world because of a bunch of Nazis faked going to the fucking moon.
What's mostly scary is that there's a few people with a voice now, the interwebs, that are promoting that it never happened. That's what's scary.
Well, no, I mean it's a Hollywood production. It's like, you know, I don't know. It's like it's very unbelievable. You know what I mean? It's like the first time in human history. I think it kneecapped the cosmological mystery of mankind that's been fucking going on since millennia. It's fucking, you know, it's to be blamed for the nihilistic mentality of Globers. It's fucking, you know, and the hubris. Like, you know, it's totally to be blamed for, like, you know, for the hubris, the lack of curiosity, and the
Yeah,
need
but
to tell people like not to drink motor oil. Like,
yeah, but
that's where we're at right now.
what happens when they actually go back to the moon? Then you're gonna have
Oh
to be
yeah,
like, oh
what if,
shit,
that's a
all
big
that.
what if though. When's that gonna happen,
No,
by the way?
but I mean they're already doing it. They got Artemis 1, right? Artemis 2 is about to happen. So I mean, it's gonna happen. Whether it takes longer than expected, but it's gonna happen.
And the
I don't
crazy
know about
thing,
that.
Isa, and the crazy thing, Isa, is it's gonna be in your lifetime, and it's
Yeah.
gonna be in your children's lifetime that they're gonna do it again. They had no
Then you're
reason
gonna be like,
to go back
oh shit,
before.
all that time I've been wasting saying it wasn't real, it actually was real.
It don't matter. They'll deny that one too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they
Yeah,
did
man.
deny
Yeah, yeah.
Artemis 1, right?
Well, we will be denying it with the quickness because it's fucking retarded. I mean, but like, you know, unless we can, it's just, you know, it's a lot to ask. Like, as much as I understand the population's half retarded and people need this shit for their fucking well being, like, and I think that we need to mine asteroids as far as the public's concerned to save the environment. But the point is, I think all that's just for retards. Do you know
No,
what I mean?
You don't you don't like the the ingenuity of the human race that we were able to accomplish such things. You
Well, I
don't
think
believe we
the
were able to
ingenuity has more to
accomplish.
do with. Well, I think the ingenuity has more to do with the ability to dupe a bunch of people and get them to think that you could. That's where the fucking ingenuity's at
Well,
for
what is
me.
it? But
I'm like the
Irony's getting
ingenuity of
thick in here now, isn't it?
yeah, I'll bring it. The ingenuity of fucking Edward Bernaysian fucking manipulation is just off the charts to me.
you don't think
But
humans
you
could
but
have?
you're saying that at the same time though you have been duped by the flat Earth community into believing that the Earth is flat and we didn't go to the moon. Like you've literally been duped. into thinking that everybody around the world has been duped. Do you not see that? Well, I know you don't see
Well,
it.
I mean, it's how about this though? Would like you would you agree? Like, let's say, like that's why I note that point about the reading levels of people is because, like, you live in a society that basically is reading at a sixth grade level, and they're trying to tell you what is going on in the world with ferocity. And like, I'm saying, like, have you ever been in a situation where like you've like let's say you pay a mechanic to work on your truck and then you bring the truck in yourself and you take a look at it and you're like, why the fuck did this dipshit not do it? Like, here I am thinking that
Then you
this
take it to a
quote
better
unquote
mechanic.
professional,
You would have fixed it
I'm just
yourself.
saying, right. Well, no, I'm saying when you, fair enough. But my point is that you're in a world full of hacks. Like, you know what I mean? What I'm saying is like, you're like, damn, I might as well do it myself, or I might as well do it right, or make sure I'm there when the motherfucker's doing it or something. But like, I just mean like, there's a lot of that in this world. So like, just to lean on professionals, especially for such a sublime thing as your cosmological outlook on the world. Like, I think your cosmology directly affects your philosophy. And you've been pigeonholed into one fucking cosmology by a bunch of Nazis, dude. It's
But
weird.
like you don't need to rely on anybody about cosmology. You can study it yourself.
No doubt, but if you're gonna like accept, let's say, some of the data and some of their points of like, we went to the moon and that's how we know that this is the case, I just think you're leaning on a fucking, you're leaning on a pile of dog shit to step on a fucking, sinking sand.
Oh,
You know what I mean? I just
but
think it's
when
like
you
it's
look
just
at
weird that it's like that.
but when you look at the entire space, the entire complex, all the different space agencies, like you see all the infrastructure that they have. Do you really think that they would have all of that infrastructure and all those people working for them if it was just all for show?
I
I mean,
think
that's kind of a.
bureaucratic spending will come up with all kinds of schemes to
I think that's
fucking
a
get
stretch, though.
government grants, etc. I think, to be honest, like, and this is why it's really kind of tough for me because as like kind of a merry prankster myself, like what do you call it? What's his name wrote about it? The Illuminatus guy. You know what I'm talking about? Why can't I think of his name right now, dude? Oh man! But anyway, like what the fuck is his name? Damn, I can't think of it. Anyway, he like the idea that they would like a bunch of psychedelica like cats from the '60s figured out a way to fucking manipulate the government to get like billions of dollars. Like, that makes more sense to me than like we went to the fucking moon.
But here's the thing about if it would have been faked. If it would have all been faked, the moonlander would have looked like something from Buck Rogers or something. It would
Yep.
have looked like every single detail down to the tiniest detail fits exactly with what we know has to be in order for them to have landed on the moon. There's no in between. I mean, every detail about it, all the weights, all the measurements, everything is exactly what it had to be for them to get that done. But if it was
I
made
just think
up,
like
it would look like something from Hollywood because that's how the human mind works. They wouldn't have spent all the money and all the trouble to figure out all the stuff because once they did all that, they could have just went to the moon for real, like they did do.
And Cole, they're not going to try and fake it 6 times. They'll do it once and call it
Exactly.
Yep.
So what the fuck would you guys know about how to trick a bunch of people like that?
Well, it's not science and rocket science.
Well, where are the whistleblowers then? There have to be tons and tons of disgruntled employees that would have blown the whistle a long time ago.
Not
To this day.
necessarily, dude. Not when you got
Yes,
like,
necessarily.
not when you got
Absolutely.
like such national security measures on point. Like, you got such like national security fucking levels that are going on. Motherfucker, I think they're killing people to protect fucking, the worst amongst us, man. Like, I don't put it past them that
Yeah.
these people
Then there
would
would be then there
not be
would
able to get
be
their story out.
then there will be evidence of people from NASA being killed for coming out and
Well, look
saying
at
things.
JPL, right? What was that guy from? What was the guy's name?
He got
The
killed on
from
the
Jet
train tracks.
Propulsion
Oh my
Laboratories.
god!
The
He
guy.
got killed in an accident. Oh my god, that's weird.
I'm just well, no, I'm just saying, like,
Let's all
there's
focus
stories
on
of all
one
that. What
speaker
about
at a time, please.
the guy who hung the lemon, from the fucking
As
and
a
ended
joke?
up blowing up in that one the one astronaut. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of kind
Sure,
of
as a joke.
evidence when you look to it.
But there's still a lot of guys alive today, just like Smarter Every Day has a 2 hour video where he goes to um, Alabama to a NASA museum, and at one of the original engineers who helped build the Saturn V and helped develop the ingenuity to get them to the moon is still there alive, and he still gives tours every now and then to certain people and talks about it. And Smarter Every Day has a 2 hour long video where they walk the length of the Saturn V while he explains all the different things that it took that he himself helped develop to get them there. I mean, you still
Yeah,
have people alive today that built the damn thing. Does none of them people count, or are they just all still lying to this day for no reason?
and he walks across the diameter of the central control ring, and you got to
And you know
literally
what?
walk across it.
Even you can take a trip there and see it. Any one of us could take a trip there and see that.
I
All the
said,
infrastructure, all those places. Right.
I said, can I just ask you one question? Because every flat earther says that they were a globe earther once. My question is, well, it's not even a question, it's a statement. Because if you understood the earth, there is no way on God's green earth you'd be a flat earther. You never understood it.
I mean,
You were told it, you believed it, but you never understood it. That's why you're a flat earther.
well, I think you guys are all Globers because you read at a 6th grade level. And what I mean by that is
No,
the idea
I
that.
think we're all
Hold
Globers
on, let me
because we're
explain.
sane.
Okay, well, let
I
me
don't think
explain.
that's true.
So, like, the difference, the reading competency is where I'm at headed with this, right? Let's check it out. Because you got the
What does
ability to,
reading?
like, you got
I'm
the,
sorry, go
well,
ahead. My
let me
bad.
explain. You got, like, the idea that you could, like, you can read a sentence, right? And, like, read what it says. And then you can, like, read a paragraph and understand what it says. And then you have, like, the comprehensive skill to be able to take what is in a bunch of paragraphs and see it within the broader theme of an essay or a book or something like that. And what I think we're missing is the nuance of where the paragraphs meet the theme of the story. So, like, where scientists say stuff like, very interesting, they'll say, well, it seems to suggest, and we have evidence that appears to connotate that this may be the suggestion, and it might be this way. Somebody's hot micing or breathing, but what do you
Yeah,
call
that's me. Sorry, I'm at the gym.
like you're good. But like the idea is that the author of the book has wrote this mysterious novel that's just like very intriguing and doesn't really answer, but it alludes to questions. But the thing is you've got some people that just read the paragraph and they're like, you see, this is what they meant by this. So they miss the whole nuance and mystery of the author from the book, but they think they know what the fuck they read, and they're going to tell you what the author wrote, even though they don't know exactly how mysterious and awesome the
That
author
kind of
was.
that kind
So I
of
think we're
sounds like
missing
what
that
flat
broader
earthers are.
context.
That kind of sounds like what flat earthers do. They read something and they misinterpret
Yeah.
what they read and they twist it into something else.
I mean, I could see where it goes both ways, but that's why.
It's like the Michelson-Morley experiment. The ether cosmology guys. They read all of that stuff, but they for some reason they still think that it proves that the Earth isn't moving, which is total opposite from what that test did.
And also there's 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 tons of light years of cherry picking on the flat Earth side, where there's none on the globe same side. You guys just hear flat, and you go away with the fairies or away on a tangent, away down the origin trail. So
Right.
you hit,
Just like those. I'm sorry, man. Were you finished? I'm sorry.
oh no, you go.
Just like those NASA documents that say, "Oh, flat, non-rotating."
Oh yeah,
They keyed in on the words flat and non-rotating, but misinterpreted the entire document.
yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah.
because and this is where also, I mean, I could see where you're gonna, why that would be said, and I can appreciate that. I just think also like the ramifications of some of this paperwork, and I think like the necessity to comport with the political commitment to the moon landing is like is what's fucked up our whole like our whole take on it. Because you're gonna make something for a flat, non-rotating Earth, and then argue for Coriolis effect or something. It's double speak. And then once
There's
you
no
can put that
Coriolis
together, you
on.
realize it's double speak.
You're
So
right now
again,
doing
like I said,
exactly what you just said.
No, I'm understanding what he said, and I'm just saying that like, but when you even take it in a broader context, it becomes like that's why I gotta say, and I'm gonna reiterate like what I believe is that 90% of the arguments about globe and flat are gonna use the same sets of information. And you really only have like a 10% equation of like what are the powerful arguments for each, you know?
Not
The
really.
thing you said earlier about like people can do something on their own and the experts won't always get it right. You understand the opposite is also true, right? People can do something on their own, try to do something on their own, and they fuck it up because they don't know what they're doing. Whereas
Of
someone
course.
who's studied in that field would have like, right. So which do you think is more common?
No, I think it's one thing to appreciate the expert, but then it's also like you're also, especially when it comes to cosmology, completely entitled to and this is what saddens me is the idea that we've taken it away, like this idea that you're entitled to think differently about what the earth is. Like this has been a millennium long, probably the most like, just you've always been able to make up your own fucking like kind of existence in the sense of the earth, right? Like we can formulate it, make actually, make make postulations, you know what I mean? But nobody ever dared to say this is what it is and you can't think otherwise up until this moment
Nobody
in
yeah,
does
history.
that.
because
You can come to your own conclusion, but you
it's
can't make
either
your own fact.
it's either one or the other. That's like saying I drive a Honda Civic, but it's not really I'm gonna believe it's not a Honda Civic. I'm gonna believe it's a Lexus,
No,
but
it's
it's
not.
actually a
It's
Honda
saying that
Civic.
no, 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 no. I mean, I don't look at it that at all. It's like the idea that like you're. I mean, that's a bad example, but I get your point, but I don't think it's like that. I'm just saying, like, I think there's more because it's not a Honda Civic because it's more mysterious than that, and I just think there's more implications than that, like creationism
Okay,
versus
it's
evolution. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is
okay.
way more profound. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I can appreciate. Like, I get it to you.
It's
Like, you
not
think
a
you're
Honda Civic.
different.
It's actually a magic carpet or something.
Well,
It's not a car. It's actually a magic carpet.
fair enough. It's like either. I'm just saying there's holes in each.
I just believe if you understood more about the model, then I think less people would question the model if they understood the ins and outs. I mean, it's not that really hard to understand. I don't think anyone's
Yeah,
hiding anything from anybody.
super hard to understand when it doesn't exist.
Yeah, not dealing with that today. Did he drop out? He said dropped out. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to mute Demark. I'm not dealing with that today. When I leave, matter of fact, I'm gonna unmute him, but I'm gonna get out because I'm not dealing with that shit right now.
Oh, that's you don't have to unmute him.
Like I'll admit, I mean it is possible for them to have faked the moon landings if we can go back to that conversation. But I don't think you know, after seeing all the evidence, all the pictures and everything and all the and you know all the all the different countries that have actually visited the moon, you know, to still deny it after that is kind of a stretch in my opinion.
Well, anything is
But people are gonna
possible
believe it.
in the sense of
Yeah, correct.
yeah being possible,
Had
but
they
I don't think it's a reasonable position.
right? Had they done it one time and only the United States did it, you know, and there was only one, you know, like I said, only one mission to the moon, then yeah, it's definitely possible. And then also coupled with the fact that we're going back to the moon, Artemis 1 traveled around the moon, and then Artemis 2 will do the same, but with actual astronauts. Yeah, I do wish that if they did go back, they would go back to to one of the Apollo sites. I think that would be cool. Just to shut up all the conspiracy theorists. Like, yep, there it is. There goes Apollo 16. There's the land. There's the lander or whatever else, whatever's still there. Here goes here's the site of Apollo 11. Here's the flag. I think that'd be the ultimate smack in the face to all the conspiracy theorists. But of course, then they would claim that that's fake also.
I know they'd find a way.
Oh yeah, they just set up the old location, filmed it in Hollywood somewhere. Did anyone catch my stream of Ranty's channel last night? The throwback stream? I'm thinking of doing that more often, just pulling like an old live stream from like Ranty or from Jose. I got a copyright notice yesterday from when I was playing my own videos.
Those go out automatically.
For some reason the videos of my the observation videos, there's music in the background in those videos, which at the time were non-copyright music. But now when I played them yesterday, I got a copyright notice for those 4 videos or 6 or whatever, however many I played, which is weird. I guess I'm gonna start using like I'll use like an AI music I'll use like an AI music generator and just I'll play that in the background.
So I made this
Entirely.
like cutesy graphics in chat. If anybody can tell me A or B is the flat or globe of perspective, I'd be
Well,
very happy if somebody can tell me that.
Wait, the little green circle?
well,
Yeah.
it's all globe perspective because, as you
That's
see,
definitely a
there
globe.
is no flat baseline.
Let's focus on one speaker at a time, please.
Shut up,
Oh,
Thanks.
you
sorry.
bitch.
Sorry,
I'm
Sage.
sorry, I don't
Sorry.
listen to large language models.
I've got to admit that
Sorry,
AI
Sage.
shit sounds hot.
So A. So you want an answer for A and B?
Yeah. Which one is the flat versus the globe of perspective?
Oh, just
Again, we have a
read out
curved
A and B.
baseline, so this is a globe perspective. You need a flat baseline.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're both.
Well, there's a reason why it's a globe, not a.
Yeah, because if you're looking at A line of sight, the bottom of that tower is going to be obstructed.
Correct. But in reality, we do see that bottoms of towers get obstructed, right?
Correct.
So
And you're looking down at the
I'm
horizon.
wondering, like, in current paradigm, what would be the flat Earth perspective versus the globe Earth perspective? Like, I assume B would be the flat Earth, no?
No, I think
Well,
the flat
no.
Earth would have to be curved in some way.
Yeah, I think
You should look into asymmetrical grid of vision.
that the atmosphere somehow blocks. The atmosphere does something weird and blocks the bottom of objects. It does it sometimes, but not all the time, because then they claim, "Oh, we see this blah blah blah, this mountain from 60 miles away."
Has anyone
Yeah.
noticed? Has anyone noticed that flat earthers always say we see too far for a globe? Yet we don't see far enough for the flat earth, and then they all of a sudden become
Exactly.
optometrists. And
Precipitation, azimuthal grid of
yeah,
vision,
yeah.
personal dome, all these kind of things.
That's our optics of our eyes. So you're fucking optometrists now, as well as scientists
I'm just
and
saying,
physicists. And
you're straw manning what they're saying. That is not what they're saying. They have a quote unquote explanation for why we don't see far enough.
Quote unquote is right.
Yeah,
No,
that's why I added the quote unquote because I'm
No,
just
but-
saying if you have to represent them, you have to represent them in the right light.
No, but that's what I'm saying. All of a sudden, before now, they're physicists, they're fucking scientists of they're pilots. They're fucking every profession under the sun.
They're just
and
people
now they're
looking for the
fucking
truth
optometrists.
and connecting dots as they find evidence.
But there is no evidence to find. That's why they come back to their own stupid fucktardery.
Well, it's kind of like what Ezel was saying. Like, you don't need experts to know, like, what you're talking about. Like, any random Joe off the street can tell you loads more than experts about, like, flight and optics and atmospherics.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're talking about atmospherics, is you can see fucking clouds on the horizon every fucking day, way past the horizon. That's why the horizon looks fucking milky, because there's clouds going around the curvature of the earth. Like, holy flying fuck train. It's not science and rockets. And I say it's not science and rockets because it's so easy, because it's not rocket science. It's so fucking simple.
Do you have an experiment that proves that?
No, I don't. I just have fucking go outside and don't be a dumb fuck.
Well, Jesse, maybe we can try this. Could you steelman the position about azimuthal grid of vision and your personal dome and why we don't see far enough, quote unquote?
If
That
you
would be
can-
interesting.
if
If
you
you can
can-
actually remember what they're saying.
if you can get an optometrist, which is
Okay, so no. Okay, thank you.
so someone that gives you glasses and tests your vision. If you can get fucking 5 of them out of the how many million of them in the world to say that no, you can't see, you can only see this far. That's why you can't see across the flat Earth. Then I'll believe you.
What are flat earthers saying about curved visual space in this
There's no actual way to describe it because everyone has a different explanation for curved visual space.
Well, we can just go with the interpretation of the flat Earth wizard, flat Earth Messiah wizard, because that is where it comes from. People might have diverted away from his main postulations, but that is where it comes from.
Sorry, Horn Dog. Are you you're a flat earther?
No.
Oh, thank God.
I'm just bored, and yeah,
okay.
I'm just like you come in here and say, "Oh, they're stupid," blah blah blah. Well,
oh, no,
it would be interesting to see if you can actually steel man what
I don't
the
think I ever
position
said
is
they're
in these
stupid.
matters.
I don't think I ever said they're stupid. If I had said that, I would have said they're retarded more than stupid.
Yeah, well, that's the same. So I'm
I
just
don't think I
interested
even
if you
said
can
that,
actually steel
apart
man the
from right now.
position on this matter that you're saying they're stupid on.
No, I never said they were retarded or stupid, apart from I just said they were retarded, but I never meant that. I was just using an example from what you were saying. A lot of them are very intelligent, apart from the fact they're completely fucked in the head.
So when you're saying, hey, flat earthers say that we see too far, but not far enough because flat earth, what would their answer be to you?
Tim, I drew another nice graphics. Which one is the flat Earth versus global perspective? Given that the distance is, let's say, 100
what would their answer
miles.
be when you tell a flat earther
It's vector vision.
And when you tell a flat earther you don't see far enough for it to be flat, what would their answer be to you?
Well, this is why I said the optometrist, the eye specialist, the people that tell you how far you can see, 20/20 vision, and they say you can only see as far as you can see because of what your eyes can see. Your eyes can see fucking far, even if you're fucking half blind. You can see stars, for fuck's sake.
So you can't entertain it, okay?
No, because it's fucking retarded.
We're
in
just
the nicest
playing a
possible
game
way.
here,
In the nicest possible way.
I think the
But if you
problem
don't
is
know the
that it's hard to
position,
steel
how can you
man.
say they're stupid?
The problem is it's hard to steel man because it's not actually, there's no like cogent idea behind it. It's a lot of it is just throwing stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks. So on one day they'll say the reason is your sphere of vision. The next day they'll say light attenuates. Like there's no real substance behind it. And I honestly I doubt many of them know what they're talking about half the time. But if
None
it's
of them
enough to
know what they're talking about because they claim the vision. They're not fucking optometrists.
Well, they do have some papers they can point
What does
to.
that mean?
They do have some papers they can point to that is indicating curved visual that we are seeing in curved visual space, for example. That is why I was asking, like, could you actually recite what they would answer, what the answer would be to your question?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't see in straight lines. I think. We don't see in straight lines. Our vision curves somehow. But what's making it curve? What?
That's their interpretation. But that's not actually what the papers say. So when the papers talk about curved visual space, it's talking about the drop-off rate for things in distance. So it's not about things actually curving. Like there's certain aspects of perspective that'll do that when you translate stuff to a flat page. But those papers on curved visual space mostly have to do with binocular vision, first of all. But it's also about the rate at which things change in distance.
But the other thing that, just very quickly before I go, comes up is you guys would have heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
No, none of us have heard about that. Can you explain it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you've heard about it. Well, no. So these fucking guys say that they're a fucking dump truck driver or they're an aged care worker, and they say, send me the data, send me the citation of this scientific paper. What the fuck gives them the qualifications to fucking interpret that? And the most funny thing is, they keep bringing up this, what do they call it? Air data. Is that what it's called? From airliners? Oh, pitch data. That's what it's called. Or they call it. They've got no fucking idea what that means because it has nothing to do with the Earth. But they think it does. Cherry picking.
What should we do without Jessa?
I don't get it.
Am I being a cunt, Bighorn?
No.
Say my name 5 times in a row.
Bighorn. You can't have a name before Horn before I say that.
Why did you say gay porn?
I saw Horn.
You clearly said gay porn.
Oh, I didn't even know that until you just said it. Holy shit. Holy shit. I didn't even realize that until you literally just said it right now. That's well done. That is very well done. All right, I gotta go. I can't be myself to say it. We'll catch you later, Horn dog.
Yeah.
Righty. Whereabouts in the world are you from? Like Netherlands or something?
North. Denmark.
I know it'll be getting colder there. It's getting warmer here and longer days. So I don't know how or why that is. Might be because the Earth's a fucking globe.
No, it's because we are living at toroidal field and the sun is moving in the toroidal field's path. You know?
Oh, fuck, I never thought of that.
Fluctuating in and out, you know?
Yeah, in and out of the torus fields. Shit. Yeah. I'll do a wee bit more research into that.
Yeah, I think you should do that. Do your research, bro.
Yeah. Oh, you have a good one, man. We'll catch you next time.
Yeah, take care.
You too. Catch up.
Yeah, Edward Bernays actually became 104 years old. That's insane.
all that shit came from the same group of dudes.
Yo, what's up, people?
Earth is life. What's happening?
Yo, I'm glad B-Ball's here. I like B-Ball.
He's okay sometimes, but he doesn't really like when I speak.
Yeah. Nice. We got both B-Balls.
He's recording. Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, one's live, the live thing, and then one's probably him.
I'm recording.
Nah, I doubt it. He would let us know.
Well, are there
No,
two
that's his
different
panel.
Point. What's the point in inviting me over here when we could have just did it over there? Like, what? Do you feel safe with other flat earthers around? Is that what it is?
What's the point of doing it over there when we could do it over here? See how that works?
Because you feel safe over here? Because Demok's unmuted, and there's other flat earthers, and it's a flat earth server.
Dude, it has nothing to do with feeling safe. I
Oh,
go in that
okay.
server
Right.
when all of
Right.
the most livid globers have their mics open. That's when I like to go in there. What are you talking about?
Okay, so what was the point in dragging me over here then? We could have just
Because you're
jumped
cool,
over
man,
there.
and I want you a part of the server. It's cool to have you.
No, like, what's the point? What's
So
the
you
point?
can
We have
discuss
cool
stuff over here with us
conversations over
sometimes.
here.
Okay, I don't see the point.
They don't have good conversations over there.
Right.
They're saying that they look at stars and get imaginary angles to nothing that they can't prove, and 69 degrees per mile that they haven't proved. You know, all a lot of stuff they just keep, repeating.
Come on,
I proved
guys.
it.
Please
I
take
proved it twice.
turns speaking.
I proved it twice.
Prove
Earth's
what?
life seems to be interrupting a lot. It would be great if I could hear Earth's life better.
I proved 69 miles per degree twice.
Do you got the video of where you went from point A to point B
Yeah, I lived in Hawaii, which was 22 degrees.
the whole way and every at the start?
I lived in Hawaii, which was 22 degrees latitude, right? I measured the
That's your
angle from my
opinion.
location. I measured the angle from my location
That's your opinion.
no, it's not an opinion. I have a picture
Yes,
of
it
it.
is. You have it verified. I asked you how you verified 69 miles for a degree. Looking
Listen
is
up.
not verifying mileage, brother. It's not even going the miles. You didn't even go anywhere. You have to go 69 miles to verify 69 miles or 60. Your choice. So if you don't do the work, how can you verify, young man? You're not
Are
getting
you going to
paid
be
here.
quiet long enough for me to explain it? So, I lived in Hawaii, which is 22 degrees latitude. I measured the angle to Polaris, which matched that latitude. Now I'm in Texas, which is about 32 degrees latitude, which is what, 690 miles north, which is roughly about 10 degrees. When I measure the angle to Polaris, it's also 33. So there you go. That's how I proved it.
Yeah, but did you
How,
go?
now, how did you?
Yeah,
Now,
but
how did
did
you
you
prove it
travel?
wasn't?
Did you take a camera with you and set up your thing and go 69 miles and every so many feet get the reading? It has to be only that spot for all
What's
69 miles.
Do you know the distance between 22 degrees north and 33 degrees north?
Brother, you don't know the distance between 1 degree.
Ask the question. Answer the question. Do you know
We're
the
trying to make
distance?
sure 1 degree is 69 miles. How are you doing that?
It's 690 miles, which is exactly about 10 degrees.
How did you verify that?
So that means Polaris would have dropped.
You're going by given numbers already.
Polaris would have risen 10 degrees, right?
Stop. We don't want woulda, coulda, shouldas. We want to know how you verified that information.
By measuring the angle to Polaris
You
from this
didn't
location
measure
in
anything.
Texas.
Standing
I
on the
did.
dirt in one spot is not measuring stuff.
Okay, Demok.
You
Okay.
cannot measure anything in my house if you're outside in the front yard. How are you going
Didn't
to
measure
measure
your
the
house.
inside of my house with a
I
star?
measured the angle to Polaris
You're
in 2 locations, both 10
not.
degrees apart
No,
in
the answer is
latitude.
no. You're not. Stop lying.
Okay. All
No,
right.
you're in the
Yeah,
military. You cannot lie this much, dude.
this is
Do not keep
definitely a great
lying.
server to
Who
join. Yep.
verified this?
Definitely.
You read it from a
Definitely.
book. You keep repeating what you think it is, but you didn't verify.
Yep. Excellent. This is gonna be
Yeah,
great
and here we
conversations over
are.
here.
Excellent. So
Great
excellent.
conversations over here. Yep.
But you just keep repeating out of a book something.
Let me see if I can post it here. I know everyone's familiar with the Black Swan, right? Are you familiar with the Black Swan? Sure,
Yeah.
everyone in the entire community is just familiar with the Black Swan. So the picture I just posted on the left side shows heavy refraction. Picture on the right side shows minimal refraction. So what we see on the right side is what I see in Hawaii. I never see anything happen. I never see what's on the left side in Hawaii. So with
Yeah,
more
let
refraction,
me get to my computer. I just got done eating breakfast, so I'm gonna go get on my computer real fast. Just give me 1 minute.
yep. Go back. Omnivore, you here? You listening? Left lane. Left lane's probably driving. I'm gonna this picture. I'm gonna add this over here. I'm gonna remove this one. Cut.
I'm back.
All right. Give me 1 second to fix this. Delete. Delete. So the picture that I posted in the chat, right?
Hey, my bad. I gotta carry something out the door real fast. I really, this is a busy day right now. My bad. But I'm
No,
listening
you're
to
good,
you
man.
saying stuff.
Now, what I'm just showing the the black swan. So there's two versions of the black swan, one that's not obstructed and one that's obstructed. Obviously the one that's not obstructed, there's heavy refraction. The one that is obstructed, there's minimal refraction. Also, there was something else that I wanted to show, but I'm gonna have to. I got. Hold on a second. Let me go back to YouTube. Something interesting on one of my videos. I gotta make sure I mute it because I got a damn copyright strike for playing one of my own damn videos. Mute. There we go. Is it this one? No, it has to be this one. All right, not sure if anybody's listening. But anyway, let me do this. We share this right here. All right, I think I got a better one. Let me try this day. I don't think I want that far to the right on that one. Yeah, here we go. Boom. There we go. That's a good one. All right. So if anybody's watching, I'm not sure if anybody's watching. This building right here, if you see this building, how over here it's normal and over here it starts to bend up. The reason for that is because in this area there is that's the runway. That's the airport's right there. And I think this is where you see boom right here. See this my line of sight goes from here and it goes over this runway right here. So that building that was earlier, that building's like over here. And as soon as it gets over top of this runway, that's when you see the distortion, which is right here. Yeah, this building looks normal. And as soon as I get right here, that's when it goes from this to this, which is clearly showing that the heat off of the runway is definitely interfering with what we're seeing, and it's bringing it up because of the heat. So the light is bending towards the denser medium, which is like above because the cooler air at this location is above because it's hotter down below and it's cooler up above. So it's bending everything up. That's pretty green. Yep, this entire runway is blocked. The buildings that I'm looking at are over here. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me do this. Let's just go to Google Earth. Let's see, that's probably better. You stop sharing this and share Google Earth. And we'll here's a location where I filmed all my pictures from right here. Let me see, can I go on this surface? Yep, this is just oh, this is a little farther down. Let me exit that. That's a little farther down. That's not where I'm at. I was actually right here. But there's no street view right here. But anyway, this is where I'm looking from. And if I look, let's see, this way. Come on, do what I want you to do, damn it. All right. Okay, this is my location where I was looking from, right here. I had my camera was right about here, right about here somewhere. And the direction I'm looking is that way, all the way over here. Over top of this runway, all the way over to these buildings right here. Hold on 1 second.
Hello?
All right, my bad. My bad. I'm back. All right. I'm not sure who's paying attention, but I'm going through a little presentation here. All right, so these are the buildings right here that I'm looking at. All these buildings, if anyone can recognize them, these are the, where's the other ones?
Are you
These are
using
the two
Google
main
Earth to
buildings.
try to prove flat Earth?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm using Google Earth to show that the Earth isn't flat.
Go on, I'm watching.
So yeah, these are the buildings I'm looking at, right? Anyone ever recognize those buildings? I've shown them a million times. This is the island that's invisible because it's blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Also, this is the 15-story building that I always show when I show the auto level. This is that building. Let me see if I can tilt down. Well, I guess you can't tilt down that much, but yeah, this is that 15-story building that we only see about 5 stories of. Okay, and these buildings over here, this is where it gets really crazy. Like this entire runway is obstructed. You can't see. I think it's about 10 miles away. The beginning of this is about 9 or 10 miles away from my location. But all of this is obstructed. You can't see any of these buildings right here. You can't see this island right here. But you can see all of these buildings. You can see, I can see this building. That's pretty distinctive. And there's another one. Where is that? I think it's, I think it's this one. I think it's this one right here, the one that curves kind of weird because you start looking over the runway. Either that one or no, I think it might be over here. Let me see. One of these buildings over here. Oh, I think it's this. Is this one? This one right here. Let me go back. Let me see if I can go back. Where is? Let me stop sharing here and share a different one. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, that's that other building I showed, which again, right in front of here, which is behind the water, is that entire island and the entire runway is all right here. And if I go up here, same thing here. Those are the same buildings I was looking at. It's going over top of Magic Island. Can't see it. Same thing here. Oh, where's that video? Let me go back to the video. Stop sharing. And right here. Where is it? Here we go. Obviously, you can see where I got the screenshot from. Right here. But yeah, I think it's right about here. It must be a different building then. If anyone didn't know, if you tap the comma, it does frame by frame.
All right, I'm here, but I might have to go soon.
That's fine. Did you see
It's like, I understand the globe claim. You know that I know what you guys say is happening in these observations. You know
I
this.
know you
I
do, but
understand
I
it.
don't understand why you have an argument against it all of a sudden now, when you didn't have an argument against it before. Yeah, you have a problem with it, but now you have a problem with it.
The
What
problem I
happened?
have, the problem I have is that your conditions are not dependent on the density in the atmosphere. It's dependent on the distance. Literally, you guys say the further something is, the more it's going to be refracted. So it has nothing to do with the density of the air. It has to do with how long you're looking through the corridor of air. Therefore, things will appear higher, right? The further you look, that's not density, that's volume, that's distance.
I don't think who makes that claim though? I don't make that claim that things appear higher the farther away they are. The only time things appear higher is when there is heavy refraction, like the picture that I showed right here, the one I posted at 34 minutes past the hour. There's the two black swan images, right? The crane, the oil rigs. One's got heavy refraction and one has minimal refraction. Those are the same oil rigs on different days. And you can tell it's heavily refracted because if you look at the cranes, no one likes looking at the cranes, but if you look at the cranes, they're definitely bent due to refraction, due to them being
Right.
lifted up
The one
because of
the one
refraction.
further away is apparently refracted more than the one closer, right? So it's not about the density in the air, it's about how far you're looking.
No, but why is it on one side it's heavily refracted and the other one is minimal refraction, and then it's obstructed with minimal refraction?
Because of how far it is.
They're both the same distance.
Let me look at it.
I'm sorry. One is farther away than the other, right? But the conditions on the days are different. The conditions have
Yeah,
changed.
you're looking through more atmosphere. That's why the one in the distance appears to be loomed up. It's literally towering more than the one in the foreground. That means that it's
Yeah,
not
but
dependent on the density of the atmosphere. It's the volume of the atmosphere. This is the problem I
what's the
have with the globe.
difference? But what's okay? Look at
Because you
the
guys are
two
saying
images, right?
if I take this volume of the air, this amount, this density, right? And then I put another volume of air, and I align them and I look through both volumes, it's going to be refracted more rather than just looking through one. So saying that the conditions are just dependent on density, that's not the case in anything we observe. I don't know why the globe says that. It's dependent on distance, not density.
Yeah, but the distance is not going to make something obstructed like that. That's not going. That's not going to do that. That's the geometry of
But
the
how do
water.
you know that? What if that is exactly
Because
what's happening? How can
because
you
because if I
isolate the variable causing the refraction? How are you going to do that?
because because in Hawaii I always got the right side. I never got the left side. Like if I had gone out certain days in Hawaii and I saw, and one day I could see the beach on certain days, but on other days I couldn't see the beach. Then I'm like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of heavy refraction going on. It's crazy over here. I'm not, you know what I mean? But I always got the right side. I never got the left side. I never got days where I could see the beach or the buildings or the island that's obstructed. Right? I always got the right side where everything is always obstructed. It's always now. If you look at I have a video that I was trying to show. You can literally see the effect of heat coming off of the runway. As I pan, when I'm panned all the way to the left and I start panning to the right, you can literally see where a matter of fact, I'm showing it right now. You can literally see right here, right here. This is all normal. When it gets to right here, this is where there's a runway right here, like a 2 mile runway that's all obstructed that goes off in this direction. You can see what the heat does coming off of that runway. It literally bends the building. The building's not built like that. That's the heat coming off of the runway making it do that. And then when you get past that, you don't see that anymore. When you're over here, you don't see that effect anymore. Because now I'm not looking over that heated layer of air.
Yeah, I understand why you come to your conclusion. And honestly, I don't like challenging why you guys come to your conclusion. I would rather just point out that refraction is dependent on the volume of the air you're looking through, not just the density, which means that you can have miraging effects be more, substantial the further you're looking, which is what the claim is that you're looking through more air, therefore more refraction. This can cause a superior mirage, like near the surface of water, as the ground ramps up towards and near eye level. You are looking through the same corridor of air over like tens of miles, however long you want to make your observation. Therefore, you're looking through like pretty, considerable atmospheric effects. The further you look, the more things get refracted. Globers act like, not you, but there are globers that act like, nope, it's just density, which is false. It would literally have to be dependent on distance. And that's what She-Bill says. So when globers come through and act like, no, I ask them, why is the water line not shimmering and refracted as much as the buildings in the background? Because you don't consider the entire corridor of air to be a single density. And as the further you look, the more the atmosphere accumulates. This is going to increase increasing the density technically. You're looking through more atmospheric effects.
Correct. Yeah, but again, that's not going to do anything when you have days when you don't have, there's different levels of refraction. You do agree, right?
Yep.
So
based on
and I also agree that looking farther away, yeah, you're going to get more refractive effects. I get that, but and then because the water, the horizon where the water is, that's closer to you than the buildings in the distance. So they're gonna look, wavy and stuff. You're looking through more atmosphere. I get it, but that doesn't that's not the effect that's having when you see something obstructed. The atmosphere isn't doing that, right? It's not doing. The atmosphere isn't doing that. That's the water. That's clearly the water. Because like I said, you can go out on days when you're not going to get those refractive effects, and you're always going to see obstructing, always, every single time. And so, let me show you this right here.
I'm just saying, dude, right now, I'm in the business of correcting incorrect quote claims. These guys come around, it's not dependent on distance, it's dependent on the density. They are wrong. So I'm going to make it apparent to them how their model makes presumptions.
In the interest of correcting incorrect things, it's not the density, it's the change in density. It's the difference in density between the spaces where the light is traveling. And it's not just that density, it's also distance. If you have a particular density gradient and you're looking through more of it, you're going to get more refraction. But it's not one or the other, it's both. And also the water is...
You even get the same effect when you're high up. See this picture right here that I'm sharing, I'm streaming. This is me looking at a boat 25 stories up. So I'm not down at the shoreline. I'm up in a building looking at this boat. I filmed it one time. I took a picture. It's actually from a video. And then I waited about 30 minutes and I filmed it again. And then literally the boat is obstructed. So it's not the atmosphere doing that. That's the water. That's the geometry of the water. But I know you're busy, man. We can go on to something else if you want.
I appreciate you.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff to do right now.
Hello? I got a phone call. Did they both leave?